States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we move the new business of the comprehensive plan for 2040 monthly update after the consideration of the minutes.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. All right, I'd like to call the Milton Planning Commission.
And before you start,
Okay.
you don't have to do the whole spiel at all because there's no public here, right? We don't have to do the spiel about public.
Yeah, that's fine. I was say, if you haven't opened the meeting, then that motion didn't really happen.
Call the meeting to order and I'll redo my motion.
Okay, I'd like to call the Milton Planning Commission meeting of July 26th to order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we move the new business comprehensive plan 2040 monthly update to after the consideration of the minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Deja vu. All right, so I guess we can just jump right into that then, correct?
Consideration of
Minutes.
Minute.
No, consideration of minutes, yes. Details. Anybody have any comments or?
Yes, on page 2 in the verbiage here with regard to A, we have compressive plan advisory committee when it should be comprehensive plan.
So we'll fix that.
That's the impressive comprehensive plan. All right,
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes as amended by Commissioner Gilbert.
I'll second that.
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous too.
Roll.
Yes, together. All right, so now we're bringing the update on the campus land use plan. Up to do that before we get to the exciting text amendments.
Good evening, planning commissioners. I'm Shubha Jangam, senior planner. I'm here to present the comprehensive plan short-term work program update. I am tasked to do this moving forward. I would like to keep the format that you have liked and worked with so far. But please bear with me because I am new to this and the spreadsheet needs extensive formatting all the time. So just forgive me if there is something missing or off. Just let me know. So if you find any inconsistencies, I will work on it. You are all aware of the UDC's progress. I don't really have to go deep into detail. I just updated some of the dates on this slide. And unless you have a question, I can keep going to the next one, other projects.
So I will, since you had it on the
Yeah.
UDC, I was just looking at the dates. They are actually a little bit out of date with our various issues that have come up. And so tonight, we're obviously going to do Article 9. And then what I was looking at was we'll have a work session on August 9th, which is in 2 weeks, if that's okay.
Mhm.
And at that one, we would do Article 10. And I just looked at it, it's not super long. And then I'm suggesting, based on some input from you all, is that even though we're for environment, Article 11, we're going to do internal staff review except for the tree canopy portion. So I'm proposing that for the work session in August.
9.
Oh, I guess you do have that. Okay.
Yeah, I do. have
Oh,
that
that's
one.
all right. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I was thinking it was all,
No, I
You're on
spoke
top
to
of
you
it.
before I put that in. You forgot.
never mind. So yes. So then administration, we would do it at the 23rd. I don't think we have any other items for the 23rd. So we could, use the entire meeting and then start digging into definitions. Obviously, definitions is pretty large, so we may not finish definitions at the August
23rd.
regular 23rd. So hopefully maybe the beginning of September, we'll have another work session and that would be the last of the review. And then we would start on the official process to have the text amendment go through.
So on August 9th,
easier.
it'll just be 10?
Correct, 10th, and then also a part of 9, the tree canopy. I'm gonna ask
Oh, okay.
for,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
11.
ask that
11.
Sandra come, our city arborist, so we can make sure everything is tip top. And then we may actually start advertising for this. We have a lot more requirements for advertising, so we'll look at it. But I'm hoping in September we can start advertising for the cycle for adoption, so.
Cool.
Yep, so
Great.
it'll still be another 4 months, 5 months after that with everything, so.
I thought you did CZIM for this one already, right?
But we have to do it again. It's
Okay,
been so
all right.
long. Yeah, we'll just do it again. Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So our next set of update is about the projects that are that have more overlap on economic development as well as communication and marketing in general. These on the right, you are seeing some of the list that is like a sub projects under these categories. And these are the kind of projects that are ongoing and they need like a constant communication or campaigning of some kind with Milton residents. So I kind of, categorized them here together for you. And there are really small updates, except the marketing plan that's actually waiting for branding study to be completed. And then I have a next slide, which has the same list on the left side. And I'm just telling you the small minor updates or project progress that subcategory has made. So for example, in terms of promoting agribusiness, the project lead, which is communications department, it has, they have found a farmers markets location or honey. They supported the honey stand for a bee farm. For the collaboration with the state or other jurisdictions, they have worked on a membership to Georgia Grown Network and partnership with Alpharetta for Mayfield Farm property. This is a new property that they purchased, which is a partnership between Alpharetta. They are in the process of preparing some plan for that property. It's not solidified yet. So, but the purchase has been made. On economic website side, they have made improvements to their web page, and they keep improving it as we go on. Using technology to improve access, they're always they actually for 2024 budget cycle, they have applied for a capital budget request for a kiosk, and then once that pilot project is get successful, they can replicate that in various other places. That's their plan. So they have actually requested funding for that kiosk as a pilot project. Bike friendly campaign, city campaign, they're working with Public Works Department to share information. And Public Works is actually going to have a comprehensive transportation plan down the line this year. So they're going to wrap up a lot of these small things into this transportation plan study. For outreach for road safety, again, they communications been working with Public Works to share this PTV related information. And on the tourism side, they have advertised in the Chronicle of Horse. It's a magazine where they advertised for Milton as a equestrian friendly community. I don't know if you have seen that. But these are the small, progress, but they are kind of, as you can see, they incrementally are making progress towards like a common goal of making, improving the quality of life in Milton. So it's not like a major project objective, but moving forward all the time. Next, actually, two big projects that are under community development, branding study and Deerfield character area, that Windward and Highway 9 strategic plan. They both are going forward very well. The branding study consultant concluded the first round of public engagement, and now they're working on developing 3 concepts, and they're going to come back in fall with the presentation on those 3 concepts. The Deerfield study is also going on well. On Monday, the consultant met with the core stakeholder team and gave them update on market analysis and a summary of the survey that they've been doing so far. And I think Laura is on that committee. I don't know if you attended that meeting, but I was told there was a lot of information. I have yet to actually see that PowerPoint. Next, there is a major accomplishment on the transportation side. After completing the local road safety plan, Public Works worked with GDOT on officially reducing the speed limit on some of the local roads. On July 11th, that's this month, Council approved the proposed changes. So now it goes to GDOT, so for a radar permit, and soon the new speed limits will be, up and running. So on the map you are seeing over here, these 4 segments of the road on the, the Bethany Way, Freemanville Road between the Mayfield and Providence Road, and Providence Road between the Freemanville and the South City limit. And there's part of a Mayfield Road between the State Route 2 and Charlotte Drive are the ones that are getting reduced. Whatever they were, if they were 45 miles, they're going to be 40 miles per hour. So that's got approved recently. And I think that's a very good accomplishment.
I'm noting there on page 17, T7, about the comprehensive transportation plan is slated to complete by the end of this year. Of course, transportation has a significant impact on land use, which is a key concern to us. Does it make sense to have a briefing on that plan?
Yes, it definitely does. So I'm just getting started. So I'm going to actually get every time somebody expert here to explain you in detail whenever there is a major project. And Sarah was actually out, but I tried to reach out to some small leaders in their department to get you some update. But I will definitely work on getting the CTP update for you.
Great.
So as I said, the CDP is actually going to include many of the short-term work program into their study. For example, the bicycling project and the smart features thing into transportation infrastructure and evaluating Milton residents' priority for satisfying city's transportation infrastructure. Those things can the comprehensive transportation plan can also will actually help solidify many things for these projects. On the design elements for a specific character area, they're actually waiting for branding study to complete, so that even if they have to change anything, they can have a major overhaul and everything can be consistent instead of just changing it now and then changing it again later. So that's why.
Just on a side note, we should definitely be sure to check with what some of our neighboring cities are doing. I worked with the city of Marietta, and they were describing a smart city feature they did. I guess they're for Malcolm Baldwin Award. I guess they said, well, there's a certain area of the community that's not serviced by fire trucks.
Oh.
So they'd have to build like a $12 million fire station, or they partnered with with a company in Alpharetta here. And instead what they did is they put transponders on all their fire trucks. So when their fire trucks are going down the road, they get nothing but green lights.
Mm.
It's all timed and linked, which is
Yeah.
pretty cool use of
Yeah.
technology. So that's something, I mean, I think those projects are out there. We should definitely poke around and see what others are doing. Because there's some real good innovative stuff that's worthy of looking at.
Yes.
That was my question too. What does smart feature refer to? Is it that?
It couldn't be.
Just a variety of things?
It is actually up to the transportation department to explore this alternative, what they can actually bring and what really works for Milton, because not everybody wants the same thing.
Yeah.
So this transportation plan obviously is going to have a community input and engagement. So that's when they will discuss, what does community want? And then obviously the financial factor is going to be there too. So let's see how, what they come up with. I don't really have, there are so many ways they can actually go for it, but obviously they have to look into what works for Milton.
Okay.
Are they looking at, where are we on EV
Okay,
policy?
that's coming up.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
sustainability
ahead.
projects, that's under sustainability. So, hold on, what notes I have. So renewable energy related investments, that is EV projects. The project lead on those type of projects is Emily Groth from Public Works, and she went actually this month to council to get their input on. She outlined what are the things that we can do, and the council was very receptive on those ideas. But obviously, there are grants that are available, like the one that I had mentioned over here, Exploring Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant. It's a new grant from IIJA. You might have heard that act from the federal government. So this grant can be used for EV projects. So they are working on a pilot project at the city property. The council was receptive on that, but they have to get the grant for. So they're making application this week for the grant, really. Yep. And also, as I said here, they will discuss the future EV readiness. That's in future EV readiness for public and private spaces. That's an ordinance that we have to work on. EV readiness is a little different than just putting up a charging station. It's EV readiness is like having, when you're building new buildings and offices and mixed use development, have the infrastructure ready for putting those chargers. So it actually we could encourage builders and developers to put that infrastructure in, and then later on someone can come and put those charging stations. So a two-layer approach, right? They are working, well, I don't know about the ordinance, but they're gonna discuss that ordinance part with the council, but they're working on a pilot project at the city hall with this grant. Now, they are also waiting for sustainability advisory committee, appointment of those committee members, and some of the capital budget request for investment opportunity in renewable energy. I have to actually look into it a little more. When Sarah comes back, I will check with her what does it entails to move forward this project.
What about conversion of the fleet,
What about?
city fleets?
Yes, they are definitely working on that. And we have actually got many hybrids, actually. We got hybrids, right? Lots of them, yeah. So they are also going to get the grant for energy conservation. They have to, I think they have to write what they're going to do for the grant application. And then when they get the grant, they will do those things, obviously. But I don't have a lot of details about what they're putting in the grant application, but I can get it for next time. They have done a lot of work for recycling and not solid waste management as much, but recycling, they have definitely done a pilot program, and now they are looking into expanding that pilot program and having more collection points and looking into some voucher type programs. For the solid waste management plan, they have put a request for capital funding so that they can actually develop that plan with a consultant.
Does this affect the closed waste management on Honorable Mill? Will that be included in that?
That's, I'm not sure. I know that waste, what is it called?
Chadwick landfill.
Landfill, that's actually closed, and they
Right.
put the green, they have actually
Grass.
already grassed that area. Maybe I need to bring that project details for you, because even I don't know much about that. But I remember seeing a picture.
Right, they've upgraded it because they were just going to put a plastic trash bag basically over it. And so
Right.
we negotiated and forced their hand.
Looks really nice.
It looks good,
Yeah,
yeah.
It really does.
I've seen a picture, but I don't have a lot of details, but let me
Good.
make a note that you want.
Yeah,
to
I'm
know.
not sure if they've given us the exact plan of what they're going to do, if anything, other than covering it up.
Correct.
So.
That's why I thought maybe that study or update that they probably wouldn't use that or would use that. That's why I was.
Yeah, we can get back with you on that.
Yeah, definitely. So those are sustainability related projects. Now on the park and rec side, they have actually they have acquired a couple of properties for recreation, obviously. These are the properties that you are seeing. And this actually relates to it's a land use. For some reason, this is actually a land use category project, but the Parks and Rec is actually leading this acquisition part of this project. And then once they have acquired it, they go into planning of these parks or whatever recreation facility they are going to have here. So no plan yet, no dates yet, but they just acquired these properties that you are seeing over here.
Great.
Any questions on this?
Nope.
Okay, good. So a few more projects that Parks and Rec is leading. One of them is implementing the signage. Again, they are saying that they want to wait for outcomes of a branding study. There are some signs obviously existing on parks and trails, but if they want to change everything, they want to wait until that branding study so that they can have everywhere consistent branding and signing. So that's where it's waiting for. The next one is equestrian related promotion. So recently they did put up a banner on Birmingham Park when they had a rodeo. They put a banner about a Birmingham Park at Wills Park about when they had a rodeo. And that banner was just talking about that Birmingham Park has equestrian trails, and it was just promoting that. Now they're also looking into creating more programs, but they have to really work with this equestrian committee on that because they can't just create by themselves. Next is public art. Again, they're looking into different ideas and brainstorming different ideas, but nothing solidified yet, nothing on the paper yet. Naming campaign, although is going really well, now they are working on naming Lackey Road property, which is a green space on the Lackey Road. So I think the deadline for suggesting name was last week.
I think so.
Yeah, so now they will obviously have, next step would be shortlisting the names, whatever the process, standard operating procedure that they have created, they will go through that for naming. So finally, some important dates, and the next month's CZIM will actually cover this text amendment, which is going to be adding this property 840 Mid Broadwell to the district at Mayfield. And you might ask, what? We just finished this. But this property was actually originally in the district, but then it was by request of an owner. Staff was not involved into taking it out, but it was taken out of the district and hoping to get something done there fast, but nothing was done. And so now, again, from the request from the leadership, we have to put it back in the district. So that's where it's going to happen next month. And another important date is the flag lots. It's going to City Council on August 7th. That's it. That's all I have.
So if that property is added back, what was the design feature going to be? I mean, because I know what the rest of the design was. So what are they going to do on that particular property piece?
We haven't seen anything on the paper, really. It was just a talk. They first talked about just doing residence, 3 single family residents, but we haven't seen anything. Right now, they have applied for a demo permit, which is going through DRB and demo permitting process. But we haven't seen what they're going to do after demo over there.
So not all the parcels within the district at Mayfield was within that really pretty plan. So there were some parcels that are in the district, but were not included in that master plan. So this is one of those parcels that are in the district of Mayfield that would have to go by those new requirements, but there wasn't a specific plan.
They
for
didn't
it.
have a, TSW didn't have it marked on them as part of the plan.
Well, what had happened was they had asked, originally it was part of the district, and then the property owner asked it to be withdrawn because they said that we're gonna go ahead and develop it. And then a year plus, they still haven't developed it. And basically, the leadership of the council wanted it back in because, hey, you didn't do what you said you were gonna do.
Got it.
So
Okay.
it's- in reality, it's, in my opinion, it's not going to really impact it much by the new district standards. They're still, they've indicated they want to do residential, just, like 2 or 3
Yeah,
houses.
basically, instead of 3-story, they get to do now 2 stories
yeah,
because that's what we settled on, right?
Right. Okay.
All right, that's all I have. Any
Thank you, nice
questions?
job.
Good.
Yep,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Ashuba. All right. So next we've got the text amendments to the zoning ordinance, RZ 23-02.
Yes, so I'm gonna have Mr. Fricky walk through this with you since he was the author of it and be able to explain things, why we're even here talking about it in general, so.
Evening, everyone, and may I say it's a pleasure to present.
David, I don't know.
For anyone that might be listening, I'm Paul Fricky with Gerard and Davis with the city attorney. And as Robin did mention, I was involved in drafting the ordinance that's being presented this evening. The purpose of this ordinance is to come into compliance with the recent, well, it's almost no longer recent.
No.
Last year, the state legislature updated the zoning procedures law, and part of those requirements impacted how to deal with what they call quasi-judicial hearings, which the city council, when it passes a general ordinance, it's acting in a legislative capacity, when it approves permits, anything specific to a particular piece of property other than a zoning ordinance, development permits, use permits, demolition permits, historic preservation permits, certificates of appropriateness, things of that nature. Those are adopted pursuant to what they've deemed a quasi-judicial process. Before this change to the zoning procedures law, those did not fall under the hearing requirements, did not have specific notice requirements. What they've done is they've now imposed those according to state rules, which say every jurisdiction has to have specific types of rules. It would have been easy if they had made the same rules for legislative decisions as they made for quasi-judicial decisions in terms of notice. They didn't. Legislative decisions have to have same as they didn't change the legislative decisions. It's always been have to have between 15 and 45 days prior notice for legislative decisions, basically rezonings or changes to the code. What they did is they said these quasi-judicial types of decisions have to have minimum of 30 days. It's a different standard. What we have done throughout this is we've created a single zoning standard that the city is going to adopt, which is minimum of 30 days, maximum of 45 days. That satisfies both standards with one set standard, so staff knows, I don't care what the type of hearing we're having, it's 30 to 45 days. We've got to get it in. It's simple for staff. There's less chance of any mix-ups of, oh, I thought it was quasi-judicial, but it was actually legislative. Anyway, so that's one of the things. We had to get some of the requirements to apply to a number of types of public hearings the city conducts, impose public hearings on some of those types of decisions that are actually made, notably with the design review board, and to come into compliance with the requirements. This whole host of changes are largely the same, in those 3 or 4 types of categories. I'm going to kick through all of the ones that are listed here. They shouldn't be too complicated, but I'm happy to answer any questions as I'm going along. And I believe you had in your packet numbered.
I gave you the
handwritten
cheat
notes,
sheet.
which actually works well if you skip back a little ways. There's copies of what the code currently says, so you can. It may or may not assist you where something. I tried to put wherever I was just amending something. I tried to include, if I was just adding in some language, that I would just highlight that. But I'm going to start with, this is on page 7 of the agenda packet. It's the first page of the ordinance down at the bottom. First thing we're going to do is add a new section 6426. And we're going to start right out of the gate with a change to what's presented to you. You have a question or?
No, I'm.
Oh, you're getting ready to hear the change. This was drafted a number of months ago. As you may recall, there was a meeting that the Planning Commission
Didn't have a
quorum
quorum.
wasn't available. So these were actually drafted probably 3 to 4 months ago. In the interim, in our office, we represent a lot of jurisdictions, and some of the attorneys got together and we started kind of kicking through what did the new ZPL language require. There's a new process, replacing the old, if you've heard the writ of certiorari, I say ancient, process developed in the English common law of ways of appealing these types of quasi-judicial decisions. It was very difficult to comply with the rules. We could generally trip people up with failing to comply with the rules. So a lot of plaintiffs, developers, people that had to follow this process said, hey, look, this is silly. Let's bring it into the 21st century and let's do this new. So they changed those appeal rules. That impacts the zoning procedures law because a lot of decisions are quasi-judicial decisions, so they implicate that new process. It's not that much different. They call it a petition for review. They got rid of a few of the steps, but it's largely the same. But one of the things they did note was They wanted to have someone be able to look at the code and be able to see who could they get. There's a requirement that you get a bond and get a certification that all the costs have been paid before you file your lawsuit. What we've done is they said you have to put that in your code so that people can look at your code and find it. Well, we put what made sense, what was always done was, hey, the chairman of the body that issued the decision will then make this decision. But actually, we kind of got to looking at the code and said, you know, it says should be someone who's in the office during business hours. The point was to make it easier for the people to find someone to get this done on an expedited basis. So what I'm proposing to do is, and fire up. Do I have to do anything here?
Getting it, yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do is take that highlighted and circled area and it actually carries over to the next page. Instead of having each of those individuals, just going to make the director of community development or the community development director to be the individual that can do this. The one thing that will stay is that the mayor accepts service on behalf of the city as the defendant opposite party. That'll stay the same.
So you don't want me to be authorized to issue appeal bonds and certificates?
That is our proposal. Unless you
Smart
want to
move.
stay, unless you want to be present during regular business hours,
Good
Monday
move.
through Friday,
Good move.
we're going to recommend that Bob or whoever is, however long he's here, and any successor, if there is ever one, to do that. So that is going to be a change that I do want to make. But anyway, that is to comply with the requirements of code saying we have to name them so that a citizen or anyone that is going to appeal can look at the code and see who they can bring it to.
But we
That's
keep
in
the
both-
mayor, so we keep the
both A
mayor
and-
and say, yeah, because I think you had it within that circle, so.
Yeah,
Right?
and
We
this
keep
is
the
up to you. I
mayor.
mean, you can keep the mayor. It's not required that the mayor be.
Oh, okay, so
designated.
we can take out the mayor?
We can,
Okay,
but I mean, and then this may, and if you all have an opinion, if you want to say the mayor is also authorized, the city, I mean, kind of the options, I think, well, I don't know, does the mayor keep regular?
No, he's
I was
not
gonna
here
say,
all the
then-
time
then
either.
He wouldn't really
Okay.
qualify.
yep.
So is it necessary, since this is naming one person, that there be a backup, or is it okay?
Is it
that
necessary
it's-
that they what?
Is it necessary, we're naming a person, a position. Does he sometimes leave someone in charge that has the authority to act on his behalf? Do we need is it just him, or is it him or his designee, or?
For purposes of this, we leave it as just the director.
Okay.
If they're out, then,
Come back tomorrow.
yeah, I mean,
Or a
and if
delegation
they're
of
out for a
authority.
week, I mean, there can be ways to work around this, but this is, we're not going
Is
to
the language,
require an absolute attendance, but it's generally available.
Now, Paul, is that for both A and B?
Yeah.
It is
Yes.
going to change both A and B.
Okay.
So I guess my question for you is, what was the thinking prior to that before you changed?
Yeah, it was standard way it had been done in the past is the chairman of, so say the chairman of the planning commission, if it was something that the planning commission issues, it would be the mayor, if it was something the city council had issued, it was the DRB, it was the
Yeah.
BZA.
So
that
many
issued
times,
variance.
yeah.
And that's what we've done in the past. And so it's kind of like, well, they're the ones that are familiar. It'll make sense to have them sign off and they'll remember the case and say, yeah, I remember that, and have less explanation. So that was the standard process and the way it was done. And that's the way the code was previously written.
Okay.
So we kind of kept it with that, just kind of not really thinking through the whole specific language in the hours.
Logistics.
Yeah. Yeah, we weren't really as concerned about it. All right, that's one. The rest, hopefully we can kick through a little bit quicker. Number two, Basically, this has to do with the design review board. It does issue, in this case, certificates of endorsement to wherever the design review board does anything more than provide comments. If they have a public hearing and issue something like, i.e. certificates of endorsement, and I think we get around to demolition permits. We're establishing them as they have a quasi-judicial function, and we're going to make them have a hearing with a requisite notice. That's what we've done here for certificates of endorsement. Number 3, and throughout there's also there's a number of provisions for administrative actions that may be taken. There's some question as to whether an administrative action can be taken if it's issuing a permit, issuing an administrative variance, issuing. We have taken the position that what we will do is we will consider an appeal of that decision, the statutorily required hearing, if anybody wants one in the process. So we've added a number of places. You'll see on the next page, you'll see where we've just put a note, by the way, this is subject to appeal pursuant to the regular administrative appeal standard. That's the reasoning for putting that. I mean, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't add anything. It doesn't. They always did have this right. It's just by noting it in the section, we're kind of teeing up any argument that we might make, saying, see, there was always this hearing available. So nothing new about it other than to put it in a nice, convenient place for us to point to if someone were to challenge it. Saying that was 3. 4 and 5 are basically in the adult bookstore and adult entertainment establishments. We just put in the standards related to notice and the public hearing process. It's the same standards for everything, but just said, since there's a public hearing, these are the requirements for a public hearing. Code, the ZPL was amended to say all of the, if you give them something to apply, you have to put the notice requirements in the ordinance. You can't just adopt it in your bylaws. So we're putting it in the ordinance now. You'll see 6, 7, and 8, and 9. 9, the first part of it, are all adding that appeal language, which I mentioned before. Nothing new. They always had those rights. 9, the addition of section D was, again, to put into the code the requirement that there's 10 minutes each side. It has to be in the code, not just a matter of practice or policy or in the bylaws. Section 10, this is how this is a place where we change the 15 to 45 days becomes 30 to 45 days, just to make sure they fit both requirements. Basically, that's the same thing with 11. The code at the new ZPL, another thing they added was a specific requirement that a property owner get notice of hearing for changes to their property.
Which is bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, one likes to think that they signed they either signed the application or signed something authorizing someone else to submit an application, but it's in there. So we're just putting this into the code as a requirement so that the city knows. I mean, they already send out notice to everybody around them. It's just to formally state that they're going to send one to the applicant too, or the property owner.
And there's a
as well.
sign on the property too.
Yeah, and there'll be a sign sitting on the front of the property that should have that. You know, we didn't write the ZPL change. 12 is again to add just into the code the specific hearing type requirements. Let me talk. One more change that we need to look at, number 13 there, that actually doesn't change anything. It deletes and restates it exactly as it says. And I'm trying to think back 3 months or 4 months ago. I think when we talked about this, that the concept was the CZIM doesn't
make any decisions. It's not.
Doesn't make any decisions, doesn't conduct a public hearing. It just has a meeting.
Right.
So actually, we don't need to change that. I'm proposing that that's number 13 goes out.
Okay.
So
13.
Because
we're
it
gonna-
already says that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the same wording that's in there, so there's no need to delete
Okay.
and re-adopt the same language.
Okay,
When I was going through and drafting this, I'm like, yeah, leave that, we don't need to make a change. So 13 won't appear going forward if that's,
Paul, and back up on the 12
yep,
in red,
yep.
is it, has that always been a minimum of 10 minutes?
That is, well, I don't know if I think this is our standard hearing requirements. It has been the rule. I believe it's in your bylaws. What the
Yeah.
code says is you have to put it in your ordinance now.
Right. It's
The new-
in the bylaws and yeah, but it's
Yeah.
not in the code right now.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, that's why we're,
I mean, that's by practice, that's what we do.
yeah.
Right.
It's just not in the
Right.
code.
It's always been the rule. It's always been what we've done. It's just that now the specific zoning procedures laws says you must put this in your code. So we do. 14, we're just going from the 15 to 45 now becomes 30 to 45. 15 is again, adding the notice to the subject property owner in addition to all of the people within the certain radius. 20A2H, this is, we reworded this just to match the current ZPL requirements for what goes on in the hearing notices. It's not going to change anything in practice. It's just to match the ZPL language. 17, I mentioned that we're putting the hearing requirements for demolition permit applications. So that's going to change that the DRB is going to see. It's going to be a little bit more formal. The Historic Preservation Commission, they have a couple of things that they would do. The designation of a historic district and the issuance of certificate appropriateness for them. Both of those, they have a public hearing, they issue either a permit or a certificate or designation at the end of it. So we're going to have them comply with the zoning procedures requirements for quasi-judicial decisions as well. And those are the changes.
And then I think there was a suggestion about, I put it in the memo to revise that chart that we would go ahead. And I believe I fixed it to be reflective of the new requirements. And so we would replace the existing one with this new one, so.
And I didn't, was it anything other than noting
The days, I don't think so, no. Yep.
The only place where the changes where I've got orange highlights there.
Yep,
Basically, it just changed it from 15 to 45. 30 to
Yeah.
45.
Mr. Chairman, I move we recommend approval of RZ 23-02 with the changes to 64-26 to delete in both subsections A and B, the words "the mayor, the chairman of the planning commission, the chairman of the Board of Zoning Appeals, and/or the chairman of the Design Review Board as appropriate," and replace it with the director of community development, and to strike the amendment to section 64-2082B.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion, any questions, any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul.
but you still have to stay. No, I'm just kidding.
Now we can get through Article 9. That's right.
Okay. This one. Okay, so the next item is RZ 2303, a text amendment with respect to the following alcohol-related uses of limited food service restaurant and limited tap establishment within Chapter 64 of the city code. So basically, the proposed creation of these two use permits and definitions are a result of providing the opportunity for the owners of these uses to have the ability to move physical locations if necessary. These types of uses are only currently permitted within Crabapple Form-Based Code T4 open. And also, please note that only establishments that were initially licensed on or before January 1, 2022 pursuant to Chapter 4 will be considered. So we created the definitions because they were not in the last adopted alcohol-related items of the zoning ordinance back in October of 2022. Since that time, the mayor and city council did make an amendment to Chapter 4 since October. I think it was earlier this summer to allow the ability of an existing limited tap establishment or limited food service restaurant to be able to move locations. And one of the requirements is basically if that one of these establishments is closed for more than 3 months, then basically they're gone and cannot be applied for or requested. And so I think it was.
Do we have any limited tap establishment now?
We do. So that is, if you can believe it, the White
The bike
Tail
shop?
Bicycle Shop.
Yep,
And
that's
yes.
right.
And so we didn't really foresee them moving at the time. And so that's why this summer there was an amendment to the alcohol ordinance to allow the same owner to be able to move locations of that of establishments and or limited food service restaurant. And so they have actually, there is a legal ad up in front of the bicycle shop as we speak now. I think they're going to be heard in August sometime. And so that is the purpose of that. And then the limited food service restaurant, we know that they have closed. I did a little research. It appeared they had some events as late as July 1st. So it hasn't quite been the full 3 months. So, I mean, we don't anticipate them reopening, but I think it was suggested by Commissioner Gilbert. It's like, okay, well, why do we have this? Which is a great question, since our only establishment like this of the limited food service is now closed. But I think until we pass that 3-month mark, we kind of have to keep it in there. So
is that 3 months? Is that 3 months of activity, 3 months of being open for business? I know.
I think of open for business, and I don't think it's been 3 months either way, whether it was earlier in June. I didn't get a chance to check with finance today to see if they had any paperwork, saying, okay, we've closed, we don't need a business license anymore or whatever, or even I think they have to report monthly their alcohol sales.
Right.
So it maybe by the time council hears it in September, it will have been 3 months, but at this point, it was Billy Allen's over here. Yeah.
Good. No, go ahead.
Robin, why do we need to designate the limited service restaurants as permit? Why not just blank?
So, right. I think that's something we can look at. We can recommend that it just be blank, since the intent is not to have any new businesses. So yeah, we can do that.
So they were the only ones?
They were the only ones.
Well,
yeah,
not really.
yeah. And right now, the only place that they're permitted is Crabapple, Form-Based Code, and T4 Open. So
There's one on Highway 9.
oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
So, the 30 days.
Somebody needs to enforce.
Does it make any sense to put any wording around open to the public? So otherwise, somebody could have a facility like that, have a meeting of 3 people once every 90 days, and then that would allow them to continue.
Right.
So would it help
Than they do.
defining what that 30 or that 90 days?
What that means when it's.
Yeah, is it open to the public? Is it, Just a thought.
Right. No, that's a good point.
But that's not in front of us today. That hasn't been advertised yet.
Yeah, I don't have any defined, exact evidence to show exactly when they stopped or closed, or I thought it was earlier, more in June, but according, the pictures were from inside the establishment, so it wasn't like they were posting from somewhere else, but,
Are they still on the Georgia rolls as a company or a business?
I don't know if they're required to, report to the Secretary of State that they've closed or not, so.
Right, when they still,
Oh,
Have
right.
to on their alcohol license.
Right.
yeah, they have to be paying DOL
Okay.
for labor.
It,
If they haven't done quarterly
right.
944s, then they're not in business, basically.
Okay.
Well, the other is that if I remember in January, they applied for the extension of their liquor license.
Well, yeah, every year they have to have a new
Okay.
liquor
So
license.
that's why,
Yes.
back to the point that they have to be reporting that if they're
Right.
still in operation.
True. Yeah.
Very what, quarterly?
Or is
Usually
it monthly
quarterly.
for the liquor, or is it quarterly?
State, I
No.
think, is monthly on liquor.
Okay.
Monthly.
Oh,
I mean,
so
would
it's
you like
monthly.
me to
For-
do a little more digging and defer this?
I think it's worth it.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, Paul, if we defer this, do we have to advertise again and wait 30 days? Or is it because the planning commission is asking to defer it?
Not yet.
No, I mean, consider this to be the public hearing. You
Okay.
want to defer a decision.
Right, to
That's
defer
fine.
the decision. Okay, to the next meeting. Okay,
Yeah.
I just don't want to have to
Oh, that
advertise
makes
another 30
Right.
days and we can't make it in time and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've had the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay,
What if we went ahead, what if we didn't defer this? What if we had a vote on this, on recommendation?
oh, and have
then
it to
still get
do
the
re-
background
it'll
information. I don't know
still,
if we
it
would
won't go to
I think-
council for till,
Wasn't
I
it
think September.
September 26th or something.
Mm.
So could we make a recommendation, to recommend or deny, recommend approval of this and still ask for the additional information? Or is that materialistic enough to change this? Or we'd have to go over again?
You could probably make a recommendation with a caveat or with a.
I mean, I don't really see the point of denying it and recommending to get the information, maybe to recommend approval, but to have staff, get the information.
That seems to me to be a better approach. Rather than having to
And then
fix
we can
again.
just recommend that we take the U out of the table
Mhm.
and then just keep everything the same. Okay,
Okay,
okay, so basically we'll delete the U for limited food service restaurant under, actually it's T5, I'm sorry, the limited tap was only T4 open.
Right.
So it make that blank and then I can work on trying to find out their revenue for their liquor and see when the last time they reported it. So,
Robin, when on Article 8 that we looked at last week, while I wasn't here, in the front, there are these pages,
right.
and in there, they do not list limited service, a food, limited service restaurant in here or a limited.
That's
tap.
exactly why we're adding it in.
Okay, so it will. appear in
It'll
here now.
it'll get caught up with it. Yeah. Yeah. So that's prior to this adoption, obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, does anybody have a?
Robin, on, as we move down on limited food service and the definition on 7B, any games of chance, Does that include lottery?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, it's whatever's, but that's the intent is.
Okay.
Lottery or,
Well,
you
I
know,
just,
machines and et cetera. So
I just want to make sure.
it's the same thing for like the liquor stores. We
Yeah,
have the
right.
same
Okay.
requirements, so. Okay,
All right, any other questions, comments? Motions? Anyone want to make a motion?
Fine.
All right,
It is recommended that RZ 23-03 be approved as submitted with the exception in Article 19, Section 64 Article 19, that limited food service restaurants will not be, have a U, but be blank, not permitted.
okay. For a second,
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous also.
Can we make a note on that?
I
to
will do that to
investigate
look into
due
the
diligence?
revenue
Yeah,
issue.
revenue.
Here comes the
All right.
fun.
So the next item is to review UDC Article 9, Site Development.
Can't believe anybody doesn't want to come to these meetings.
Oh, it's so,
I think Miss Kronk is on vacation.
public is so
Ms. Cronk is on
disengaged.
vacation and now she's been appointed to the
I know,
design
to the
review
design review
board.
board, yes.
Good for her. So, okay, I know we've got. You have
Fine.
other comments? The comments from
Yeah, this
the
was.
online comments?
Okay.
I'll make some overall comments on section 9 that
Okay,
rather than doing it on every page, because almost every
okay,
page, the page break is at the wrong place.
okay.
So if you would check page breaks throughout, and that might also then address the first one, which is
Right,
all of the page numbering, but page breaks are wonky, and then near the end of the document, starting on what is labeled 957, it goes from 2 column to 1 column, so that just has to be fixed as well.
so page 39,
57,
57, I'm sorry.
it goes from 2 columns to 1 column.
Yeah, and so that's what happened, let's see. Let me look to see what it is.
Consistent
Interesting,
formatting.
yeah, I don't know why that did that,
conventions,
yeah.
please.
Convention, that may have been in order.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
My keyword on that was from that.
yeah.
All right,
Okay,
so
any other overall?
Since this was my area, and I sent in those included in the comment section of the ones that I had questions about or something.
You mean this?
Mhm.
So this is, came from
Or This is
online.
outside.
Right.
it was in addition to, your changes should have been incorporated into this, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't think we got, did you send an email with all the comments?
Yeah,
Of your comments?
sure
Way
did.
back, way back. though.
back.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, in fact, it's 2 full pages.
Okay, well, we'll just have to walk through them, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So this is your meeting now.
I
Frank.
asked, or no.
Maybe some of them are already dealt with.
Yeah, that's what because
Yeah,
as we
I
spoke
don't
at the
think
last
so.
meeting.
Well, let's-
She may
let's-
have added them she may have added them
She
to
might have.
the
Who
last
did you give
part.
them to?
You?
Okay. Well, obviously.
At the time, you said, okay. I got him.
Oops.
Sorry, Fred.
It's okay.
Well, where do I start? From page one?
Yeah.
Apparently, yes.
Well, and the other thing too is that those were done from the original.
Okay.
So,
When the first time we went
Yeah.
through everything. Okay.
exactly.
So you're saying none of
So-
those things got fixed?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that my notes are from the original, which could have been.
Updated already. Oh,
So
That's
they
what-
could have, some of them could have been
Mhm.
fixed. Yes.
Part of
Okay.
modification. Ah,
Okay, well, let's just
Yep,
dig
just
in.
power
and-
through and walk through them.
makes sense.
So. Oh, so your page numbers might not match up with these page numbers.
Yeah.
First match.
The first one I had was on 9/3 on the chart,
Okay.
vehicle parking requirements, personal care, home, assisted living. Is there any ADA requirements necessary on that? If so,
So that's, I think it's on a separate, that those are required separately. It's not like in addition, they have to have the ADA, but there's a requirement for ADA of what is required for the base. So the fire marshal enforces that. So if you only have 10 spaces, you may only need one handicap.
right,
And if you
right.
if you have
that's what,
300 spaces, you may need 10. So he's the one who enforces that.
okay.
I think can we just jump back to page 2? Because
Yeah.
there were a number of online comments about page 2 that were not just formatting issues.
Yeah,
So I want to be sure that those were brought in.
agree.
These numbers match, but what is the 64-1410 for multifamily residential with 40+ units per acre? Multifamily residential with fewer than 40 per acre is on the chart on 64-1410, but
Let me look to see what it has on the. Section. You got it. Okay. Yep. Okay, so. Residential, so yeah, and we have to go to the apartments. Got it, There it is, okay. I see, so there's two different, yeah, so residential multifamily fewer than 40 acres. I see, it didn't get included,
okay.
so there's a section.
So we just need to add in that less than 40 units per acre onto the chart.
Yeah. So he just did the 40+ units per acre and didn't do the fewer than 40. So this is the 40+ per acre to include less than. Okay. Okay.
All right.
That,
Okay, on one, it's just page 4 on the chart. We start out alphabetically, and then we change, shouldn't all that be alphabetical as it is above R, S? But we start out commercial uses, A, then we go to B, then we jump back to all A again. Wouldn't it be better to have that all in?
So I think that they're all As. Oh, I see, all restaurants. Well, there's subcategories. So.
I just think it'd be easier to read if
Can we back up to 9.2? Sorry.
Yeah.
So we have to go back,
no, no.
back to two.
On page 9.2, under 9.1C, when an existing building use or site is increased in area or improved site, is it just supposed to be or improved? Strike site?
Think so.
Yeah, I know, I'm just seeing what the original additions applicability. Gonna be up above. Yeah, it's gonna be above the chart. Yeah, I would agree to delete
Okay.
the site, the word site.
Okay.
I have a general question on just derived numbers on parking on the chart. Like kind of where we got some of these. Because I think somebody talked about the, senior living, alternative senior housing, and I guess I'm just trying to put in perspective, like how do we arrive at these numbers?
So we haven't changed anything from what we had previously as far as the data, as far as the requirements. So I can't really, this is probably 25 years old. We adopted it from Fulton County.
okay.
So we, other than what's within the form-based codes where we have the 3.5 for pretty much commercial retail, blah, blah, blah. This applies to everything else, and this is very old data. So I think if that's something that
I would put that on an update
A
because the
list, yeah.
parking thing gets really hot with people. I mean, it's a
Right.
sore spot for a lot of people. And I do think, there's a couple of buckets, like the senior housing, just due to my own experience, unfortunately having to deal with family members that were in either assisted living or nursing home. The parking can be a real issue. And I mean, if you can't find a spot to go see your loved one, and I won't name city names, but it's not this city, but it was another city. But it was a huge oversight, and they never fixed the problem. And I've seen it in more than one city. And I just think how to not go down that bad path would be something to look at. My other question, and just on parking in general, and I know this is old, but I'm surprised that they don't even have one spot on small cell facilities or telecom facilities. Like you do repair and maintenance on those facilities. I mean, I've worked in that industry, but I'm surprised there is not like one spot.
okay.
You got to have a truck. You got to do maintenance, and they have no spot. I just found that kind of strange, but if you're going to look at the whole thing, I would look at all
so
of
I'll
it.
just
Okay.
write that as.
Yeah.
Good. No,
Robin, in that point, you're gonna look at this broad area. As we've gone through multiple meetings that we've had, there have been other points that have been put in the parking lot as well. Do you
Okay.
have a list of what's in the parking lot so we can all just follow along as to what we've got there, make sure everything is parking lot.
Oh,
we
in the
all think is
Parking
there.
lot, the policy changes, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 So I do have some. So I have,
Is that a good presentation for the next meeting? Just to recap those?
okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, now, again, going back to the page 2, though. of
Okay.
What was committed online, let's walk
Okay.
through this again. If somebody it takes this much time to put it in there, I think we need to at least address it. And I think a lot of our points are well taken. So I think we're on the third one. Does this mean 4 or 5 bedroom units, even if they exist, require only 2 parking spaces? I think she's talking about the first unshaded line on table 9.1.2B.
I think she's actually at the very last line of 9.2, 2 per 3 bedroom unit or larger unit.
Right, so it
Okay.
does say the very first one under residential, I think that's what she's speaking
Okay.
about.
Yeah.
So only require 2 space total, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then should this be Article 9.1.1B.1?
Actually, I looked at it and they are trying to refer to the whole section 9.1. Not just this, not that, it's referring to this section.
Yeah,
If you read the language, so
1.2.
the answer to that is no.
Okay, so we're good with that. Okay. Page 3, there's a number of them. I'm trying to go through and see which real quickly, if any of these are just formatting, but it's on, unless something has changed but not been recorded yet in the city muni code, section 16-1410 says 1.3 1 per 3.5 fixed seats in the largest assembly area.
See,
So-
okay. Yeah, no, I think that was a typo, so it should be 1 point. Yeah, so you
Okay,
can,
so 1.35, good catch.
So
well, I think it's just, it says 1 per under church, temple, or other place of worship. But if you go to the chart. Yeah, okay.
okay.
So to a church or
church.
place of worship, I don't know what they call it. It's a church. Churches, it is, so that would, it is 3.5, yeah, so that's a
Okay,
good, yeah.
great. The next one is the immediate after universities. Also, the chart in section 64-1410 does not clearly specify requirements for colleges and universities. Can this be verified?
There's a period, there's a random period there. There's also a random period after other place of worship.
Yeah,
So that's the first one. But then she's saying that it wasn't in the other chart.
Okay. So. Chart in 64-1410 does not clearly specify requirements for high schools. Can this be verified?
Oh, but I see public or private high school right there.
Is that the, I think she's asking, is that the accurate 1.5 per 1,000 square feet for special school or schools and university?
I think it's all for everything.
Yeah.
Larger of 2 per classroom or 1 per 35 square feet and largest assembly area of 10 per classroom.
Are those accurate?
I think it's all dumped
largest
into
area.
one.
5 per 1,000 square.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think what they have here is correct.
Okay, what's on the chart? Okay, then there's another period after worship. church, temple, and other places of worship.
Yeah.
And then, is it considered to be dormitories and related? Section 64-1014, which lists dormitories, fraternity houses, sorority houses, boarding houses. If so, the amounts are 1 per bedroom plus 5 per 1,000 square foot in community area, which does not match this. If not, where are the boarding houses like these addressed in the chart?
So 64-1410, which I just opened up, does not have colleges and universities. It has dormitories and related fraternity houses, sorority houses, and boarding houses, and it does say 5 per 1,000 square feet of common area plus 1 per bedroom.
Okay,
It actually has it in the other order. But if you didn't, and if a college and university was just schoolrooms, they wouldn't have a bedroom, so they wouldn't need a parking spot for that. They just need it for the square feet, the common areas.
should there be dormitories on the list on the public institutional uses? Should there be another line item on there? If there's not,
I don't think we permit boarding houses, so I don't think they need to be on the list.
Yeah. Probably would be under the residential too. The dormitories and fraternity houses, sorority boarding. I guess that there's already boarding housing, rooming house. That's not the same thing. We need to put food, dormitories, fraternity houses. Party houses. Okay. I got that to include
Okay.
that.
the next one is museums are listed separately from libraries and are with indoor recreational facilities, which are 5 per 1,000 square feet instead of 4 per 1,000 square feet. Should museums be listed on a separate line?
I had called that out in the tables
Right.
in 8, and I think he did split it in the latest
Okay. So we
revision.
need to have. the-
So if it's split in 8, and it should be split here probably, but unless the parking's the same. If the parking requirements are the same, you don't necessarily need it to be
It looks
different.
different here.
I didn't bring 8 with me, but I remember making that comment in 8 about libraries had different.
3 per 1,000. What's museum?
So she's saying actually the requirements are different, so split them out here too, but he had combined them in the other.
So that's a recommendation, to split them out
I
in a
can't
separate
find the
line
museums.
Split them
on the
out in
original
separate
yet.
and make them with what it says.
and then match them up.
It's the same amount,
It's a.
right?
Well, they're not. the
Whatever
s-
it says in 1410, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it got combined and needs to be split and then.
I don't see museums even being in the original zoning. There's no requirements.
She said that museums were under the line incorporated in indoor recreational facilities, including museums.
Or recreational.
Yep.
Do you see it? What
Mhm.
is it? The requirement?
Recreational facilities are 5 per 1,000 square feet. Along with billiard parlors, game rooms, arcades, skating rinks, physical
Okay.
fitness centers, and museums.
Or recreate, what was that?
Recreational facilities indoor.
Okay.
So maybe.
Oh, I see. It was a subset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it would have to be another line.
Separate.
Yeah.
Okay, the next comment she has is museums, I'm sorry, could not find this in section 64-1410 with 1.4 per unit. Saw residential retirement home, but that was 1.25 per dwelling unit. Is this listed somewhere else in Unicode?
So what
But-
line is she
but it's-
referring
wait, yeah,
to?
Thanks.
What is she looking for? I don't think.
I don't know.
Oh, the very top line, senior housing, probably.
Is 1.4? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Senior housing could be the same as residential retirement, but it's a different requirement.
So we'll just have to ask.
Did it say per racket / paddle sport courts?
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
But then what about handball?
Played indoors.
Yes.
No, you can play handball
That's
outdoors.
true.
Or we could just put it 3 per court. We don't have to say tennis.
Well, you
Well,
got
say-
basketball.
Then you got basketball court.
4 per basketball court, and
Oh,
I'm just checking to see if they consider pickleball to be a racket sport.
Those of us who play tennis don't think so.
I would agree.
It's a fun sport,
It
but
is.
it's the next version of table tennis
Yes,
or
it is.
ping pong.
Right.
It actually says, according to Wikipedia, that pickleball is a racket or paddle sport. They call it either.
okay.
I would firmly disagree, but that's okay.
But then others say it's a paddle sport.
It is definitely a paddle sport and a loud one at that.
Mhm.
Ping, ping.
But then they talk about pickleball being different from other racket sports.
What if we just say 3 per racket / paddle court?
Yeah.
It works. Where's volleyball courts?
All right, yeah.
We have some of those in Milton.
We do, yeah, we've got some sand volleyball courts
I
too.
will speak
So
up for
should we say
volleyball.
4
play
per
ball.
basketball / volleyball court? Because it's more
Sports
people in a
court.
small sports.
So we should also change it for the private recreational court too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Above.
Mhm.
This is odd. I should use swimming.
I will say there is going to be a provision where the director can interpret,
Oh. to
Something,
Say how
uh,
much, yeah.
and rather than coming up with every sport that we can think of and listing them.
Yeah, it probably makes sense, like you said, just to make it uniform, to just say sports court, recreational courts, and doesn't matter.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I mean, that would be great. Since we do have a distinction between tennis and basketball, the question is whether you want, if you're going to make a distinction, well, is
Mhm.
is volleyball closer to tennis or
Yeah.
basketball? Probably closer to basketball, but
So now are we saying not to change anything? Let the director decide if there's something, an anomaly or a different court?
if you want to just say
Or
tennis
d-
or
or-
pickleball,
Or,
And-
or
I mean, we
or
haven't
what
come
he's
up with anything
saying,
else.
what he's saying is that just any recreational court recommend that instead of getting into it's 3 for this and 4 for this, it's just 3, or it's just 4
well,
for whatever sport.
my intention was we can leave it as it is and say, well, if pickleball comes in, it's like, well, it's not covered, but the director says it's closer to tennis, so I'm gonna make it the tennis
Oh.
requirement.
Why don't we just do tennis / pickleball?
From what I haven't heard much besides, and it doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal other than pickleball just if we say tennis / pickleball, tennis or pickleball and or pickleball. So add it in there, and I don't think we've come up with any other examples, so.
Yeah.
that
we'll
if
keep
there's
it at
anything that comes
racket.
in,
Or no,
Yeah, the
or
only
pickle-
difference is you can set up,
More
yeah,
courts.
for, you can have 2 pickleball courts with 4 people each on each half of a tennis court
it's per
for,
pickleball
for,
court.
for league play. Alta's actually doing league play now, so.
Mhm.
I think we're okay because it says per court. So if you've
So if
got
there are
2
2 courts.
pickleball courts,
Oh,
then you
right,
have to
right,
have
right.
Yeah,
six parking
But you're saying
spaces.
it's one tennis.
It's
court
one
that they
tennis
can
court
use as-
divided into 2
Yeah, but
pickleball.
Right, so
But if we
then
have
it
pickleball
becomes
courts, we-
pickle, you would need more.
So you've got
yeah.
But
double
because
the
there's
people.
2
pickleball courts, there's 2 pickleball courts.
For
So-
every one tennis court.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which means you should even have the pickleball
You should have more
distinguished even more so in
spaces.
here.
But if I'm gonna abuse it, I'm gonna set up a tennis court, get my permit, and I'm gonna use it as pickleball court at times.
Well, if you painted the lines and staff goes out there and sees pickleball courts lines, they might say, you got 2 pickleball courts there, you need 6 spots.
Well, yeah, and you have noise issues too, by the way. Which, a whole nother issue that needs to be brought up down the road.
So is there another section for pickleball courts then, or just leave it to the
You want?
discretion of the?
Well, no.
Section, or we just can put
I
tennis
think
/
that-
pickleball.
I think the whole idea, as I read this with basketball or even volleyball, is like, how many people are you expecting to have in that square footage? And therefore, they need a parking spot, or every few of them need a parking spot. And, you can get 4 people on a pickleball court, and it takes up half the space of a tennis court. So if you have a tennis court, you can get 4 people on it, but it's bigger. Pickleball court, you could get 8 people on it, on the equivalent of a tennis court, but it's 4 per court.
Yeah. I
So
think
it's 4 per court either way,
Right. I think that-
tennis or pickleball.
What?
I think that
I think
defines
that
it.
No, there'd
If
be,
you have,
you could have 2 doubles teams, which would be, that would be
But 4,
Yep.
8,
8.
where normally tennis, you're only got 4.
but it's 2 pickleball courts times 4 people, so that's 8 people. And what,
Right.
so per court, it's still 4 people.
Pickleball
The
court.
definition of.
You're
court.
playing pickleball.
Oh, yeah, per
Yeah,
court,
Per court.
Yeah.
So that's what
Where
they're
you draw
saying.
the line
is
on
that
what
it?
court it is.
but you're gonna need, if you have league
If
play,
it
you
has
need more
lines, it's a court.
spaces.
But then you have 2 pickleball courts.
Yeah.
It's interpretation too.
I think that's fair.
What was that? What-
Okay,
said-
so what's the
what's
final
If-
decision?
If you draw lines, you've put a court out there.
Right, yeah.
Right.
My vote would be tennis / pickleball. Because that covers both. That covers the double density on the tennis court if it's now being played pickleball.
Yeah.
Any,
That's fine.
Yep,
Yep.
that works.
We need to
Sorry,
add a
let's just-
section for horse too. I think.
So pickle's like a
pig.
pickle, or is it
Pig,
EL?
horse.
Pickle, like a dill pickle.
It was KEL or LE? I don't know.
okay, now, one of the other
Sorry
things,
for that diversion.
unless something has changed, but is not recorded yet in Muni code, 64-1410 says 1 per 4,000 square feet instead of 1 per 5,000. And 1 per 5,000 is in here in a number of places. It's in there under data center, it's in there under financial establishments.
Mhm.
I think that's the only place I see it in there.
Yeah.
So we need to check on and verify what is the parking per data center and financial establishment, bank, savings and loans.
Well, I'm sure that it's 5 per 1,000 for the financial, because that's gonna have a lot more people going to that versus a data center. There's very few employees.
Right, but
Mhm.
is that what we say in the
Uh,
Muni
So
code?
I think he added, we'll see, is there data center in there?
Well,
Yeah.
data center
Is
is
1 per
4.
4,000 square feet. That's weird,
Fine.
4,000.
Well,
Or 2.8 per
most
1,000
data
feet.
centers are lights out.
Yeah,
There's very few people working.
No, I know that, yeah, and I'm just saying what's in there right now.
What's in there now?
Is
What is it
then
for?
2 yeah. So I
Banks
don't
and
know why
finan-
it said 5,000 for the data center.
And banks and,
Banks, financial,
It's right here.
is 5 per 1,000, that's right.
okay.
And then. I think.
So those, we got the bank and the data centers are correct, or the bank is correct and the data center is 4,000?
4,000.
Okay,
For the data
For the
center.
data.
okay. And the bank is 5.
Bank
Yep.
is 5.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then let's see, she also says recreation public driving range, the amount says 21 per T.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had that
I
one
know.
too. That's definitely not.
Your
correct.
driving range?
It's like-
yeah. It's interesting because I'm thinking about a very large driving range, like very large. And there's maybe
right here,
16,
21.
17 places you could actually hit from. And so this would say, typically that's more parking spaces than you have people,
Well,
places for
Miniature
people.
golf.
you call it pro golf,
Top golf?
top golf.
No.
Is that a driving range?
Good question.
That's a,
There's no way it could be
Entertainment,
21 per
sport,
T, that's
entertainment.
huge.
I know.
Well, okay.
yeah, it would need to be per,
For driving range. The way-
Per-
But the way this reads is 21 per driving.
But
range.
even 21 per driving range is a lot.
it would need, it
Well,
would,
you're-
it
I don't
should
think
depend
so.
on the number of slots they
Yeah,
have
right.
for.
You got to
that-
define driving
Yeah.
range.
How many T slots do you have? That's what you need. So if you
Yeah.
have
Well, go to
15, you need
Topgolf.
15.
Yeah, but
Probably
that's,
have
yeah, I know,
100
but it's more like the one on Arnold Mill and Cox.
I
so.
understand that.
But Top Golf is
Driving
a,
range to drive right now to guys that play golf is pro golf or is
Top golf.
top golf. And there's
But they
a
have a
heck of a lot
restaurant
more
there.
than
Yeah,
21 parking places.
I know, I
the
know.
driving range at our country club.
I don't
I go
consider,
out and hit.
I personally don't consider
I
top
have
golf
to
a
say,
driving range.
at your place, you might
That's
not
more of an
have. it.
outdoor entertainment.
That's 2.112.
Not
That's,
big.
Well, per range, I think,
yeah.
is that, it looks like you're right.
It's about 12.
Doesn't matter. Pro golf isn't it? It's just an outlet
21 per
area.
T is what the table says.
But I could build another one.
Forget it.
I know, it's-
So,
Driving range 21 per T is how it's identified here.
That
on
would
the
be,
table.
that would be an
What's-
error.
I mean, I know what
yeah, you
the,
do one per T would be
One
too much.
per
one
T.
per T would be more.
Yeah.
Like that.
And that,
Okay.
and a lot of people come, a couple will go to the driving range.
Right. And-
Yeah.
Share one T.
But
What,
one would
Now,
even
it
be.
don't let you
says-
do that.
It says miniature golf
They don't
20 per
mind.
18
What are you
holes.
talking about?
Maybe it's saying 21 per driving
I don't think
range,
about
per a complete driving range.
right, well, that's
Correct.
what he
Even
put
so-
down,
But
yeah.
But most driving ranges don't have 21 places you can tee it up.
Correct.
Other
That would
than
be
Topgolf,
ginormous.
where they stack them on top of
Right.
each
Yeah.
other.
And
No, but
that's
it says
the-
21
that's what it
spaces
is.
per range for the entire.
But that's too many.
That's a
Most-
I don't
lot.
think so.
Oh, yeah.
Crooked Creek only has 12 places you can practice teeing.
Yeah, but I think this is, yeah, I know, but this is for independent, like the one on Cox, there's one over on Holcomb Bridge.
Oh.
I mean,
I've
there
been on
could
the
be
one on
40
Cox.
cars there. I mean, that was there with
That's
my
true.
son. I mean, it's tons of cars.
Yeah, but. it should
But
be-
only one person can play at one time. I mean, you can only be, and they want you to buy the balls, so you're at the,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
just-
like cheat. I mean,
Maybe this is something we don't regulate, but that should be done by slot,
By T box.
T,
by T you have.
yeah.
I mean, 21, if you got 2 slots, 21 is ridiculous amount of parking. If you just have a very small, somebody puts in a
Driving range.
very small driving range in a very small area, forcing them to have 21 slots, would be, punitive.
Well, let me do a little research because I can go
Okay.
back to the original and see if there's been a
Okay, yeah,
lost in translation, so.
Yeah.
Maybe see what
I don't
Alfred's
think
doing.
it's gonna come up in the next. 6
Yeah,
to
but
9
I'm thinking
months.
about, I can go back to my
I don't
the
know anybody
original Fulton
building
County,
anything.
because
Yeah.
we did a
I don't
bunch
know
of,
anybody constructing.
driving ranges, and I know we
Like-
had to use that, so
Okay.
let me check on that.
Well, Fred brings up.
But it should be per range, not per T.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
practice slots, but then you get into what's a practice slot, but okay.
But then Fred brings up a good point. I mean, would Top Golf fall underneath that? I personally don't think it would. That's an outdoor
I would
entertainment
think it would
amusement.
be a driving range as well as a restaurant.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's an entertain.
And
I think
enter-
outdoor
they may
amusement,
have
right.
some
They
other,
have all kinds of stuff. To me, it's like an entertainment place.
yeah.
Where you can do
Right.
multiple things.
You know, I think we'll face it. So. All right, could not find indoor festivals listed or campground, I'm sorry, could not find retreat campground. Could this be listed as something else or elsewhere in the Muni code?
There's retreat campground right there on page 4.
No, she's saying she probably can't find it in
Couldn't-
1410.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Can
she
find
could-
it on the other side.
Mhm.
Oh. I wonder if it's in the use permit. I think it might be
Mm.
in the use permit. The actual use permit. Some of them have
Oh,
that.
some of the use
See?
permits specify parking, don't they,
Yeah.
Robin?
Mhm.
Okay,
That'd be the same for the indoor festivals.
yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Oh.
So I had
Ooh.
one other, this is to think about down the road, but you have all lodging without restaurant, all lodging with restaurant. Well, sometimes you have all lodging with a bar, not a restaurant.
Not in Milton.
yeah.
Not in
right?
Mill. We
Gotta
have
serve
one-
food.
Normally they serve like breakfast and other stuff at a lot of those around.
Yeah, a lot do breakfast.
So,
Because that would be a nightclub.
Mhm.
That's true. Or a restaurant with bar.
But I don't think it's permitted to have a bar or a hotel
yes.
without.
So
a
the
food.
campground and retreat,
Can't get 'em out
lodge,
without
retreat and
food.
campground is 1 parking
That's why I said
space per
restaurant or
lodging
bar.
unit or 5 per 1,000 square feet of floor area, whichever is greater.
okay, so that's what they've got on the chart.
Yep.
So it's
Okay.
covered.
So we're good.
Or 5,
Does that mean we're done all the way with page 4 already?
but we need to say whichever is
All
greater.
right, only 61 left. Okay, so 5, let's see what was wrote in. Does personal service include repair shops? If not, where are the parking requirements for different types of repair shops listed in chart 641410? Personal service. 5 per 100 square, or per 1,000 square feet? Is that what I'm seeing?
Where?
Under
what?
personal service, all personal service does that include repair shops?
Right.
Well, in the table here, it says service and repair establishments. Appliance repair, bicycle repair, shoe repair, general repair centers. 5 per 1,000.
Okay,
All right,
good.
I think we're good on that.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, a couple periods that need to be removed from the end of the listings. Could not find rural or architectural event facility. Could this be listed as something else or
Yeah,
elsewhere?
I think it's
within-
in there, so. let's
Okay.
see.
Probably, is it in the use permit?
I'm looking right now. Actually, let's see. Hmm. One parking space per 2.5 attendees
Yep, that's what it says here.
for rural or agricultural event.
And that's what's listed here
Yeah.
too.
All right, so I have a question. On the vehicular, except as listed below, automobile and light truck sales leasing.
Mhm.
6.5 per 1,000 square feet. You said this was from the old code. Are we enforcing that, by the way? Because we need to be.
Well, we only have one auto on Highway 9.
Yeah, and don't think they're meeting that requirement.
Oh, for people to come and buy the.
Well, no,
6.5
the number of
1,000.
vehicles per 1,000 square feet.
Yeah, I know
Mm.
that building's probably at least 2,000 or 2,500. Well, that was,
Yeah,
No.
just note that one for future reference. I'll submit a complaint.
Anything else on 5?
Yeah.
Good, Fred?
Yep.
Okay. 6, boom,
I have tables.
zooming right along. 7,
I have on 7, on the left-hand side, B, offsite parking is allowed. Is that I am zoned in office industrial, therefore I can park off-site? Or someone else wants to park off-site and so they can park at? So is that a from or to?
I had the same question.
Yeah.
I read it as you can apply the offsite parking rules if you are in OI.
So in other words, if I'm in OI, I can park off-site.
You can use 20% of your minimum, you can use offsite parking for 20% of your minimum or
Okay.
max.
Where you, and then,
Would you
so
do
I,
that?
so I park off-site from OI into C1?
Why would, my question is like, why would you do that? I mean, why would you even want to do
well,
it?
it says here, you're supposed to
be-
be no more than 300
Yeah.
feet from the principal use with pedestrian access provided between the sites. So I mean, it's not like you're talking a half mile away. You're talking basically next door or something like that.
Okay.
Because it has to be 300 feet. So that's
That's a-
basically next door that you're gonna be sharing. And you can't
Shared
use
parking.
more
It's
than
almost really shared
20%.
parking.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
okay?
I would
But
say,
it was unclear to me too. Does it have to be OI to OI? Can it be OI to C1? You know, does it have to be like for like in the zone? You know, the from and to, and if you're taking it from OI, does it have to go to OI? Yeah, it wasn't clear to me
that's a,
I mean, in
where
all
the
like, it
offsite
would
parking
be,
could be. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think that it would be from the like. I mean, I can't
Okay.
imagine that it would be from
but
another
I think that's
zoning district.
one of
It's
those
a-
parking things that
Ambiguous.
needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
'Cause
If it's in 300 feet, that's
It's
the
like,
same anyway.
okay.
Yeah.
They have the same restrictions for all of them.
Well,
so-
there's times though that like T5 might be next to T4, but so, and this would say so this doesn't say, gee, I'm in T5, I can park next door in T4, or does it? Little ambiguous.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very.
Just said ambiguous.
If the city wants it to be one or the other specifically, it's better to state it.
Okay. All right, anything else?
I
on-
had,
Oh, good.
what are you going to?
We were
now?
gonna go to 8.
Well,
Okay.
on, I think we cleared it, but I had in places we used the word community director. And then 2 or 3 pages later, we used director.
I
Mhm.
think we decided director is
Yep.
Did we? Okay.
consistent. So that'll be one of my,
Okay. That's all I have there.
Okay, let's see. On
Okay.
8, we've got,
One other thing on 7, it might be helpful on 9.1.3A, number 2, to put a link to the Urban Land Institute shared parking model. Somebody wants to check that out?
Okay.
Yeah. And Kurt, you're going to start to get into a lot of these page break issues, which I said just, they're like on every page, so.
Okay, right. Yeah, we'll just
Yeah,
assume that's a,
yes.
that's a final formatting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, 64-1433 includes the sentence, off-site location shall require parking spaces prohibited. But that sentence is not listed here, should it be? Off-site location, we're on page 8. Not sure what that's.
So, John,
Is that for the, that must be for, is that for the TR
right,
district?
so it's under, okay, parking and loading locations. The parking. Trying to see what the equal is.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments on here that might need to be clarified.
Changes.
There it is. Within single family districts and agricultural, the parking. That's defined. Ugh. See it. Yeah, I see where it says,
Bring that
yeah, I
over.
see where it's
Yeah.
off of that A1.
Mhm.
And say, okay, so I'll just add that.
Okay,
So what are you defining as single family districts?
So there's under the, like the Article 1 or 2, wherever we have the zoning districts, it's defined. So basically AG1 is not a single family zoning district, but it would be the R2, R2A all the way up until, but it wouldn't include TR because that's townhouse residential.
Okay, so then number 2 would not apply to cup communities or covenant controlled. Typically, they are not going to allow that. So
Well, I mean, I guess CUP could possibly be a single family zoning district.
yes, yeah, I mean, or covenant controlled community too. I mean, like that
So
wasn't a
you would
cup.
control it by your covenants, but
Right.
by
Right.
zoning,
So how are we accounting for that?
well, then,
Because you got the same on 4, the garage and carport, no, going to be no.
right, so this is
carports.
our minimum standard, but if your HOA requires more, they have to comply with that.
But somebody may read that and go, I've seen this happen before. Well, I saw it in the code. Well.
Right, and what we tell people is that you have to comply with your HOA requirements.
But
If it's conflicting, like if,
but do we say that somewhere? Because really, I think not everybody's on that page,
I don't
seriously.
know.
I mean, I
I
think it
don't
would be
remember anything
helpful,
in it, but I guess we could,
just somewhere to clarify that, because I've seen it before.
yeah. I think that would be a policy thing.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'll write that down.
just somewhere.
Parking lot.
Yeah.
Parking lot.
Or it's just in general requirements that the HOA, if it's more restrictive
Exactly.
over,
Yeah.
A footnote and then we're all good. And those of us who are on HOA boards don't have to deal with it.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like-
Is that something for the policy updates?
yeah,
that
I'm
we wanna
writing
add?
it on that list, yeah.
Okay, page 9. In 64-1433D says driveway shall not be located nearer than 10 feet to any side or rear property line. This sentence says side and property lines. Is there any functional difference between the two sentences? So, I have to find where that is.
Mr. Attorney, what do you think? And or?
I'm trying to find where,
Yeah, I mean,
did you say D?
Well, she doesn't have, it's on page 9 and then we,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's under D AL District sub-bullet 2 that
Okay.
they
Driveways
use
must be at least
and
10 feet from
everything else
side
uses
and rear
or.
property lines. I don't see a problem with reading D2 and applying it. Gotta be
and
10
leaving
feet.
it with and instead of or, because the original says or.
I like and better.
Okay, well, then you trump.
okay.
That's good.
Okay, so
So
then,
if you look
so
at
then,
C2.
so then should we change C2 to and?
C2 is or,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should be consistent.
change that to and.
I like and better.
Okay.
It's clearer.
Okay. That's the other one. And then 9.2, should the sentence off-street loading areas be listed as number 3 to be consistent with OI district? I've got it as number 3 on mine. Anybody else see that? Off-street loading areas? Under mine, it's E3, so I don't,
Yeah, I have E3 too. Yep.
yeah, so I think we're good there.
Are only allowed in rear.
Must have been,
Looks like
a-
it's
must have been
correct on
another
the,
version.
on the printout.
Right.
Okay, anybody else on
I
mine?
missed that.
I don't,
I'm
what are
sorry,
you
say
guys
that
talking
again.
about? I
We're
don't know.
talking about E3,
E3.
right? In the comments from online, it says no off-street parking. Oh wait, where was that?
So at the top of
loading.
the top of the second column, all the other districts, there's a separate number 3 for off-street loading. However, at the top of 9.9, it's included in 2, and I think she's saying to make it consistent,
Oh. I
make
see what
that
you're saying.
3.
Okay, I see.
And in C, next section, very last words on the page is.
Mhm.
That's a page break issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have anything for 9?
One just question you've got on 9.1.5, parking lot layout and design. It says shared driveways. Driveways may be shared in all districts.
Right. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
That would be the reference back to the cup and the.
Right,
HOA
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And there's other thing that's been pointed out online. Would it sound more clear to add what is between the van and the required? Whoever finds that area first wins a prize. We're not sure what area she's talking about. Between-
Say that again, where are you
Okay,
talking?
would it sound more clear to add what is between the van and required? Oh, we got to go on.
Under what
Where?
section?
That's all we got,
couldn't
that's all we got
find
to go on.
Oh, I'm
On
sorry.
page 9.
I
It
found
said
it.
on page 9, and I was
I
like.
found it
Okay,
Really?
at the, below where you add number 3 in the next sentence, these minimums may be less than required. And she's saying that's where less than what is required
Under the note.
under the note.
good
I'm
find.
very spatial,
Very good find.
very
Yeah, that's a
spatial.
good one.
Okay, and can the coordinator, of course, the coordinator,
So what should it be?
Yeah.
Do I get a,
formatting.
do I get a bottle of water for that?
yes, you do.
Okay. Thank you, Trey.
You got one for me, Trey?
Anybody else?
Go with 3.
Hey, Trey's buying, that doesn't happen. Okay, so now
Okay.
moving on to 10.
Catch back up here.
Uh-oh. Okay. Should a link to the applicable subsection in 06 be provided here for reference on page 10?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. so
Thank you.
that-
Okay.
Okay, should the link to applicable subsection Article 6?
And remind me what Article 6 was about? That was Deerfield, was, no. 7 was Deerfield, 6 was,
Isn't that crab apple?
Crab apple was 7 as well, 7, 8,
Oh.
7.
the M and B were crabapple.
Mm,
The only thing I can think of is it might, there might be something in 6 about parking lot landscaping.
Okay,
trees.
what's the discussion? I was just, I just caught up on your other thing, the previous one.
Should, there's a reference to a link to Article 6.
for
You
reference.
When we're
provide it
trying to
on page 10 somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you- And we're not sure what Article 6 is to try to guess where the link should be, but maybe that's one of those, if you went into Conveo, you could figure out what she was referring to. Thank you, Trey.
Okay,
I'd say yes if we can find it.
I have no idea. I was like, I don't know where
Oh my
that
God.
is.
All right, so
See.
anybody else on 10? Okay,
Well, the only thing on 10 minor is that I think it would be better if the picture was like number 3 on the left-hand column is kind of lost. It would be better if the picture was below 3. It's just a formatting thing. Otherwise,
right, just move
your
it
eye
up or
jumps
move
and you
3
miss-
up above it, yeah.
okay.
And that might get all screwed up when you do the page, redo the pages anyway.
All
Okay.
right, page
I'm
11.
gonna open.
Is at all vehicular uses needed, or can it just say vehicles being serviced, must be serviced and stored?
I had the same question
Under B?
circled. Vehicles being serviced at all vehicular uses. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a-
I think strike it, yes.
Right, vehicle,
Strike at all vehicular uses. I don't know what it
Yep.
meant.
Yeah, I think it was,
Yeah, it was confusing.
okay. And then we've got page 11, 100% opaque fence or wall. Should wall be should wall be added here? Let's see where,
It's just a
oh,
little bit
here,
further
below
down.
there, vehicles must be
It's the end of that same paragraph.
by
Okay.
100% opaque fence.
100% opaque fence. The question is, or wall, should wall be added?
Well, usually a wall is 100%, it's already opaque,
Well, it's 100% opaque fence.
right?
I think it's because the original language included wall and it got
Okay,
dropped
we can
here.
add it,
Okay,
Hmm.
fence
All
and
right.
wall.
Yep.
and then,
This, just because I'm reading, does it
Huh?
really say and buffer? So they have to have a fence, a landscape strip and a buffer? And how much buffer do they
Or-
need to have?
Or,
A buffer, but no.
you don't have to add a fence, a strip, and a buffer, do you?
Let's see.
That seems kind
Is it an and or an or?
But you can't screen with a buffer.
Yeah, all buffers aren't vegetated.
No.
Something has to be inside the buffer.
Mhm.
buffers. Okay,
View shed.
All right,
Instead of and buffers? With buffer?
So it
Sorry, buffer
says-
required?
So the original says vehicles at automotive repair and specialty shops must be serviced and stored within the footprint of the building or at the rear of the structure, but outside of any minimum yard. Vehicles must be totally screened from all property lines by 100% opaque fence or wall, together with landscape strips and buffers as specified in section 64-237.
Let's
That makes
say
more
that.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Together with
Yeah,
landscape.
yeah, it would be more clear.
okay. Good add.
Old language sounds better.
Yeah, it sure does.
Much better sense.
Yeah. The next one, Paul, is probably one for you under C. The question is, should may be can. Earth moving equipment, tractors and other heavy construction vehicles may only be stored in residential, agriculture and non-residential districts during construction associated with an active building permit or land disturbance.
I
Do
don't
we
have
like
a
can?
problem with this.
You like may or can? Do you prefer can? Doesn't matter.
As in this context, I think either one works fine, so
Okay.
I'm fine with May.
Anybody else have any input on that? Okay. The chart in section 64-15-1 has two additional types of uses: manufacturing, warehousing, wholesaling, et cetera, and recycling center, which are not included in the chart below. Should these be added?
Yes.
Yeah, this for me, my comment on this was that this is another evaluation item. Is whether in fact those loading spaces need to be updated or not.
I mean, they need to be, you think they might need to be bigger?
Possibly, depending on what the type of use is.
Yeah.
I think, it's been a while. These are fairly old, and if you kind of think through that, like, I know on the DRB, we had some retail stuff come up, and the loading stuff just didn't make sense.
So add it to the policy change list to evaluate loading areas.
For the loading area along with the parking. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to be at this forever. So is the question that some of these things got dropped from the chart because we don't have a use, we don't allow warehousing and wholesaling, and we're about to put in a recycling center, so we can't say that.
I can ask, I don't know.
Yeah, because they got removed and he maybe just ran out of space too.
You're talking about just the regular parking requirements or the,
The loading requirements.
Loading
The
requirements,
comments we
okay.
got online.
okay.
So we're looking at adding manufacturing, warehousing.
Yeah,
I
she's
see,
gonna look.
okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right,
What about the rest of them? Yeah.
okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why they, rest of uses.
Okay. 12,
112, number 2, I think a 50-foot landscaped buffer must be established.
yep. Dutch. Also another made a can, which I don't think is important in this setting. And then also 64-15-03 contains two subsections, 1 and 2. Industrial zoning districts and non-industrial zoning districts.
You don't
Industrial
have
zone-
any industrial, so that's why he took it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else have anything on 12? All right. 13. Yeah, there's a formatting issue,
Yeah.
formatting.
The link needs to be updated. I have it noted for update too.
Okay. So anything else on 13? Okay. More formatting issues. 14. City should be capitalized. Number of places there.
Yes,
Yep.
Is,
I
Okay.
think it's been fixed.
It's been
One
fixed.
second.
It
No,
looked
there's,
like
no,
it.
there's some that are
Oh,
still out there.
oh.
Some still.
Oh,
Looking to
yeah,
see.
there are a few. Just saw one right
Here,
here.
the
Yeah.
city.
Some are fixed, some aren't.
So I mean, I think that'll be determined.
Yep.
What was the word we were talking about that I reminded you?
Consistent formatting conventions.
Convention.
Convention. I
Just
said
that
uniformity, but
formatting.
convention.
Yeah, that's what we came up with.
Convention.
All right, 15. The comment online was, again, should
Be will
an
or
or
may.
be added between the two and sandwich?
Oh, that's number 18. That's page
Yeah,
18.
15, there's
Oh,
one that
15
says
is
Will or
will or
may.
may.
Okay,
the will or may thing.
good, 'cause I couldn't find that. Okay, so now 16. Anybody have any comments on 16? There's
So
no-
Fred, are we getting your comments?
Yep.
Okay, okay. I want to make sure we didn't, unlike me forgetting
was-
you.
I was.
There's a
no,
great
no.
amount of paper shuffling going on.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I got a checklist and then I got a draft and then I got an
Okay.
original.
You were very quiet.
No,
And there's no rogue bolding this week, so.
So the good news is his list does appear to have made it to the, yes,
what?
your list did make it.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Okay, 17. Anybody have anything on 17? Going once. Okay. 18, here's where we've got a,
Oh,
Or
I did
between-
have one on C where it said on 3 or 4, it might be helpful to show an example or a picture on those two.
Okay.
What that really,
What the door signs not to exceed 1
yeah,
square
or a
feet?
standard informational sign, that might just be helpful. Just so people
Okay.
understand what it is. That's my only comment.
all right,
Temporary standard informational signs are kind of a broad catch-all to let us argue that we're not preventing free speech.
I'm sorry, what was the
This,
beginning?
this term temporary standard informational sign,
Right,
I
yeah,
think it
that's
was
the,
something that was created in order
Yes.
to satisfy challenges to sign
Right, yeah.
ordinances. So I don't know if there's any specific type of temporary standard to show a picture. It's pretty broad.
I think later, we're gonna talk about the size of those temporary standard, and maybe later on, we can
Mhm.
just show, it'll say it's gonna be 2 by 2 or 4 square feet.
Mhm.
That's what it's gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if I say anything on it, they'll say, oh, that's what you can say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't, I mean, can't really show something on it.
Whereas like later on, if we want to like do exhibits of the dimensions and what it
Yeah.
looks like, maybe we can do that. So it,
Just on the dimensions, I think,
Okay.
just to help people understand.
Yeah.
You know, maybe in their head, they're thinking this, when really they can. only
yeah, I
see
mean,
what-
4 square feet's
They
not
have
very
this
big.
vision in
It's
their
2 by
head.
2, so yeah.
No, you can't do
I
that.
was kind of thinking on 918 under the long lengthy list of 1 through 19, should those
Yeah.
be alphabetized?
Yeah.
don't start that over there. Oh, you're on it. Also on 18, this is when we had the or sandwich. I think it's D1. Moving signs or sandwich boards. Signs applied, or is that the right, is that where she's talking about the or between 2 and sandwich? I don't know.
Or streamers or air or gas filled, maybe balloon streamers or air or gas filled figures.
I mean,
That's
the comment related to
18.
D1, it sounds like.
Should or and be.
I think
Hmm.
effectively it's an and. I see other places like in 2 where we've got an or. Yeah, I think either one is fine. Again, I'm a big proponent of consistency.
Yeah, I think some of the challenges is this might need a semicolon because it's moving signs. Sandwich boards and signs applied directly to the sidewalk or curb is another item.
Probably.
Yeah. Balloons, streamers,
Mhm.
irrigate, or, so you know, when you look at them as separate items, then it makes, when you look at things applied directly to a sidewalk or curb as an item, it makes more sense. But it is a little awkward.
Okay.
So do you want those separated even more? That like number 1? Like added into.
I mean,
the-
there's so many other, you know, it's a very, very long list. So what's adding another 5?
Right. Yeah.
Here's what's interesting, though. We actually do allow people to put sandwich boards out.
Sure do.
Except that's like, I kind of get this because there's certain times that we do allow balloons or gas-filled figures when they do a grand opening. But
Mhm.
here it's saying
They're
in normal
prohibited.
circumstances, it's not. And that's all that grouping of items are allowed
Except where specifically.
in other situations.
Yeah,
So maybe it's better to keep them together because those are all the items that under certain circumstances are permitted.
are allowed.
But like,
Yeah.
if you just want to go out and put a bunch of balloons up just because you like it, they're not allowed.
A permanent fixture.
What about?
No, I mean, even as temporary, like even when, you know, realtors have their open houses, they'll put balloons up. I mean, if I was a real pain, then I could go around and say, excuse me, you can't
Oh.
put balloons up because it's not a grand opening or
Mm.
whatever.
Right. And this is the caveat here being, the reason there is because sometimes they are specifically allowed.
Right.
Okay.
So I was kind of too, the signs in the landscape strip. I didn't think 19, we allow that.
Sign unless approved. So there are situations that may come up where there's nowhere else to put a sign except for in a landscape strip. So I guess if it's determined that it has to be landscape strip. I mean, that's pretty rare. That's when
I
it
was
really-
just gonna say, I hope so, because I think that would look really not good.
And then the other thing from online was the last sentence, I think, on the page. Kind of cumbersome. The business on which the property on which the sign is located ceases operations for at least 6 consecutive months or.
This is on which the property on which the sign is, yeah, it is
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Mhm.
Business.
I think that could be. The suggestion online is the business ceases operations for at least 6 consecutive months. Or,
Yes.
it does clean it up.
Why are we not on grandfathering saying when the sign has repairs or changes, shouldn't they move to conforming? Because we do that with other things on building code.
The deterioration of the sign makes it a hazard. Damage to such an extent that more than minor repairs on the next page.
Yeah.
Well, I would even say if you start doing repairs on it, once you change it, you should be now into comply. That's what
Basically, others than more than minor repairs, it says. I mean,
define.
mean,
Your idea of minor might be very different from theirs, but
Yeah.
yes, but that's up to the director to interpret. And
So
if-
we actually
Oh, do we
allow
say that?
people, there's some old grandfathered signs on Highway 9. I think about the doctor's office that's just south of Webb.
yeah, and my
And
point
so
there,
so we allow them to keep the structure and then
Change the
they change out the face
face.
and keep it the same size that was originally permitted, so. But if some car comes and runs into it and destroys it, well, then that's it.
yeah,
Right.
it seems like, we've been grandfathering for a while. It's kind of time to move on. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like now, if you're going to change anything, you need to comply.
I guess that's a policy thing we can look
Just a
at.
thought.
So are we good with cleaning up the verbiage on that last sentence? Business on which the property on which the sign is located.
I think the recommended language is fine.
Okay, same here.
Mhm.
So now 19. Should there be an A between sign and then?
There's section references on the comments.
No, because I'm like, where is that? I see multi-faced, got that one. But I don't know where we're talking about. Hmm.
It's on C in near the bottom, beyond control of the owner of the sign, comma, then such sign.
Okay. Good job.
Hmm.
Can you tell I used to do this, proofread documents for a living?
Oh, that red pen just brings back nightmares from college and high school and grade school.
Did you find that?
No, I'm sorry.
So it's under C near the bottom is where
Uh-huh.
the sign, comma, then
Oh, there we go.
such sign.
Oh, yeah, right there. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the multi-faced.
So in the last sentence for all other multi-faced, it's 2 words. It
Oh,
should be
yeah.
one.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. On to 20. All right, would it be clear, normal grade is the lower of? Okay. Oh, so I think it's the
H,
under H, right? The last sentence in H. Oh. Normal grade, we will be construed to be the lower of. Which normal grade is.
I mean, that's the way to keep the sign down. I mean, if you say you're starting from the lowest point means the top of the sign is going to be lower, which is usually the goal from a policy perspective.
Right,
Mhm.
so should we just say the normal grade is the lower of? or normal grade will be construed to be the lower of.
Normal
just-
grade will be construed to be the lower of this or this.
Right. Is it cleaner just saying normal grade is the lower
Is
of?
the lower of.
Oh,
Yeah, they're just
Simplify.
saying, get rid of
Yeah,
the
so-
Okay.
verbose.
Somebody's getting paid by
mean-
the word here.
Get rid of verbosity.
it's fine either way.
Okay,
It's fine the way it is.
okay,
It's fine
Yeah.
either way. I mean, now we're talking about just readability and
right.
we like fifth grade words or 12th grade words.
All right, the next one, this subsection is missing sign faces shall, parentheses, will be made of wood and other materials which will have the appearance of carved, distressed, or sandblasted wood from section 643202B. Has this been changed or should it be added here?
So not all of the signs are required to do that. It's in the form-based code areas. It's not in other areas. So let's see. I don't know if it's cultural. They have the different districts.
I know,
So
I
under
know a lot of like
overlays-
signs that you see in front of a subdivision, for example, are made out of a specialized material, so they can put the logos and etching and all that sort of stuff, and they're no longer wood. They're a special
No, I know,
material
but
they use for signs.
That verbiage comes from the crabapple form-based code area. And I'm trying to see. Oh, I'm just trying to see. Your crabapple
We define
signs have changeable. blah, blah, blah.
signs.
The sign must
Think
be
about
of
those
appearance
signs.
of wood.
Okay.
Yeah, so like on page
Like
9-30, it says a sign structure must be constructed of wood, brick, or stone, or material which has the appearance of wood. And that's on page 30.
Sorry,
Okay,
James.
So it's. So I think it's okay the way it is, because
Okay,
it's
'cause it's
still
covered under
in this
form-based code?
other overlay, so yeah.
okay.
can't even.
So the next one
I'll
is the
just make a
following
note.
signs
I'll call
shall
it a
must
ticket.
be set back at least 15 feet from the edge of pavement. And that's from section 642303. I'm assuming that's gonna be the same thing. That's,
Well, that is more general. Following signs must be. Let me ask about that. Oh, it should be under, on page, 21. So it's on page, oh, that's 19. So if you go back to page 19, there's a setback. Unless a more restrictive, it's under F3. Unless a more restrictive setback is specified in conditions of zoning or otherwise in this section, all permanent ground signs must be at least 20 feet from the edge of pavement. And temporary signs as described in blah, 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 must be placed at least 15 feet from the edge of pavement. No signs may be placed between the road and back of the landscape strip.
I think that was-
Okay, it's just moved, okay.
So it was in 19,
okay, I think that covers it.
on 19, I mean.
Mhm.
All right. Anybody have anything else on 20?
Do we have anything on 21? No. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was hoping, never mind.
21, there's one.
No, I was looking at the back of 22.
But no reading ahead over there. The only comment from online was that should those under C be alphabetized?
Yes.
Okay, 22. Got another comment about a may or can. Trying to find where that would be.
Well, I see it in several places, 2A, 2B, and 2C. If you read along there, it says each development may, or is that maybe what she's talking about?
Yeah,
Each resident
Mhm.
may, each development may, 3 in flags, each development may.
I typically
Thanks.
prefer may because can sometimes implies the ability, the physical ability to, and may is a permission, totally permissive.
okay,
which I prefer may in most situations.
all right. Then the next one is, should this be means instead of mean?
And I think that's 2D, second sentence. A seasonal expression sign means a sign.
Mhm.
Okay. Job, Tracy. All right, that's all that was entered online on 22. Anybody else have anything? All right. 23. The other thing I have here is, should this be being instead of may be? I think this could be another one like the last one. Let's take a look. I think maybe is. Is that under 2A? Sign may be larger than 4 square feet? I think maybe larger than 4 square feet is fine.
What it says, should this be being instead of may be?
Yeah, with no single sign being larger.
I'm good with
I think
maybe.
the word being exists somewhere.
Yeah. Each resident may display up to 12 square feet of signage with no single sign being, yeah, I guess it's not, maybe is wrong probably there. With no single sign being larger than 4 square feet. Take the maybe out of there. Okay,
Where are you? Just so I keep.
we're on
Yeah.
2A.
2A.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. I agree with no sign,
Oh.
no single sign maybe.
No single sign.
Larger.
Well, I don't know. I get it, but
But it looks like she's wanting to
2As
replace being.
Okay, there's a 2A on the left side and there's a 2A on the right
Oh.
side.
On the right
2A on
side.
the right
She's
side,
talking
I'm
about the
sorry,
2A on the right
signage.
side.
D2A.
Yeah,
Yes,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
they
other
should,
side.
they should read the same whatever.
Yeah.
right.
Close
choose.
enough, yeah.
Oh,
So which one should it be between the two?
Probably being.
I'm,
Being.
actually, I think changing, but no single sign being larger is fine.
Okay,
Being, okay, yeah.
Being. And then
So it
C2A
changes.
and D2A should.
Yeah,
read the same.
C2 and B2, C2A and B2A.
Yeah.
Very, oh my God, there's 65 pages in this section.
Yes.
okay, so are we done with 23?
If we're doing that, not page 922, B2A has that. Going back to see if A has that.
Yep. 2A to C2.
I don't see it any further back. I'm done.
All right. We're back to page 23. Anything there? It's that one. So 24. Comment online is, since fall zone as a definition in Article 13, should it be capitalized and linked?
One E, one echo.
Yeah, last,
Yep.
I mean,
Oh,
we're
I
not,
see.
I don't think we're capitalizing any of the
whatever the
terms.
convention is.
convention.
Are we doing that?
Yeah, I think when Caleb was here, that as long as everything's defined, we're not
We're not capitalizing
capitalizing them. So,
things and definitions? I guess as long as we're the same, it doesn't really.
yeah,
matter.
as long as the convention is consistent.
Okay. Anybody else have anything on 24? Okay, 25. Let's see. What does the size of the flag will be calculated accordingly mean?
That's number 5, the last sentence.
Okay, the size of the flag will be calculated accordingly. Well, let's see.
To the
residential-
length of the flag may not exceed 1/4 the length of the flagpole. So
Yeah.
basically you just have to calculate it accordingly. I don't know.
Yeah, I think,
That's probably not necessary, but
Keep it, it's okay.
yeah, I'm good. I'm good. with
Yeah, I
keeping it.
mean. Okay.
Okay.
Same thing on
Nothing else on 20,
26.
anybody have anything else on 25? Okay, now we're moving. 26, the comment was the same thing about the size effect
Yeah.
accordingly. Should this be signs instead of sign?
Probably under G, because she already said the other one. Standards for signs. Shit, well, that's already says signs.
So in G1D, we have other billboards and accept informational signs, but we just says or freestanding signs. I'm wondering if that's the reference.
Like, that could be, make that plural to match the billboards.
Plural, plural, plural.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. should be
Good catch.
signs.
and then the other one, again, it goes back to the fall zone being capitalized, whatever convention is, it is. Anybody else have anything else from 26? All right, 27. Nothing online.
Actually, I've
27.
on 27 in 4B. 1 comma 4, I think the convention is just 4 square feet temporary, and it's actually 4 square foot.
Foot. 1 4 square feet.
Square feet.
But
Foot, temporary. No.
1, no comma, 4 square foot temporary sign.
Right here.
Convention.
See?
It's foot.
Or it could say 1 temporary sign size, 1 temporary sign size 4 square feet.
That's more clear,
Yeah,
actually.
right here.
where are y'all
Or
looking?
not to exceed
It's
4 square feet.
927 4B.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else on 27? 28, there were a couple online comments. This is section for C1, is the sentence in residential districts needed? This section is for
So
C1.
there, if you go back to page 26, it's
Residential.
section G is calling out the C1 district and everything below is related to C1 districts. I think they're saying
See,
that the
Is residential
non-residential
needed because
districts.
C1?
What's that?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking on page 9-28, the very first paragraph, 5, non-residential districts. This whole section related to
C1.
C1.
G on page 926, so the prior page,
Mhm.
one district. So I think she's just, or they're saying it's redundant possibly, I don't. Well, they're calling out non-residential districts and residential districts.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
Hmm.
Where
Is
where are they
C1
saying that?
Is a
Section is for
non-residential.
C1, is this sentence in residential is needed here?
What's the question again?
In
Oh.
Residential districts and in non-residential districts, they're calling them out, but
But we're already in
See what you're
C1, which is
saying.
non-residential. Is that your point, Trey? We're already saying it's.
so I don't know what C1 means.
Commercial.
Commercial.
It's commercial.
district.
See district.
So
right.
is there such thing as a residential district in C1?
No,
That's the description.
I mean, you can have a residential use in C1. I mean, we never do, but there's not a residential zoning district under C1. It's just C1.
So should that read in no, I don't know what that should read. Does that belong in there? Number 5?
I think for clarity, it should just talk about, doesn't have to refer to non-residential because we're already in C1. The flagpole may not exceed the maximum allowed building height.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And you don't have to worry about residential. That doesn't.
Right, you just take that.
And in
out.
residential,
Yeah.
it says
do that.
You see what they're talking about, Robin?
flagpole,
Right here. So
25
if we're
feet.
in C1, then number 5 is flagged as saying in residential districts, the maximum height of a flagpole is 25 feet. But we're in the C1
Oh.
district.
Yeah, because we're in C1s, we don't need,
Oh, I see.
So
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
this question.
okay.
That was hard. That was good.
Got another one with the size of the flag will be calculated accordingly. I think we're good on those. And should this be form-based? I'm assuming this is capitalized, not hyphenated. That's my guess.
well, we just have to have the same
Yep.
thing. Yeah, I see
Consistent.
where some places it's hyphenated and some other places it's not. So
Okay,
to have the right convention.
Who goes back and makes all these changes?
Caleb does, and we have a meeting with him
Caleb.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Now, the flip side of that is multi-tenant hyphenated,
Okay.
I think.
Mm.
What was that?
On B2.
great.
Oh,
2 and
3,
3.
2,
And
3,
4.
yeah.
And 4, yeah.
Several places. 4.
Actually, multi-tenant is not hyphenated. It's 2 words.
There you go.
Multi-tenant.
2 words.
Oh, or hyphenated, take your pick. Let me see what the.
Not
convic-
one.
It is hyphenated.
And then
Yeah.
there's single tenant on 5.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Okay. Be a period at the end of precedence. Over that. Absolutely, go right ahead.
Where's the precedence?
Oh.
Find it.
Subsession take precedence.
Where'd you see that?
Which one are we on?
I think we're on 28
Yeah.
The 8 and the,
Could be at the end of-
precedence. Oh, here it is. Oh,
Oh,
take
no.
precedence.
Oh, right there.
Under A, the subsection, oh, takes precedent, okay.
oh, takes precedence.
Should-
Okay, should that be? I guess so. All right.
Because it's a sentence.
Yeah, it's,
And
see, the numbers have, yeah.
28, should there be any at the end of signs for consistency?
Well, I think that's B, form-based code signs, period.
So, but I noticed that when it's alphabet, he doesn't put a period, but when it's the numeral, he puts a period.
Yep.
Look at that. Wow.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Consistent.
What time is it?
formatting
8:50?
conventions.
Been here that long?
What about
No.
Roman numerals?
I don't know. we have Roman numerals in here?
I
Page
haven't been,
28.
I don't think I remember seeing Roman
Yeah.
numerals
Page
in.
28.
Yeah, there was one.
And
Yeah, but I haven't seen them in 9 sections.
Yeah, but there was one. I can't remember where it was.
All right,
I have seen little VI.
I have
little-
to, yeah.
Yeah.
would this sound better? May have up to 24 additional square feet. Okay, in place of maybe B3. Multi-tenant developments on corner lots are allowed an additional monumental sign on the secondary street at the project entrance, which may not exceed 24 square feet in area and 4 feet high. Is that what she's saying? May have
this be
additional,
cannot.
may not,
Well,
may not exceed, I think that's a wash as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with that.
on 4A, each tenant is allowed one banner. That versus Nan, that does not exceed
Yeah.
24 square feet in area.
Oh,
Good.
yep, good catch.
Should be, yeah, I just caught that. I was
That
looking for
does
the other
not.
thing and saw that.
Each
Yeah.
tenant is allowed one banner.
Also online, they say a link to the Deerfield Highway 9 form-based code map would be helpful.
Yeah.
Um, Okay. Right, yep. Anything else on 28? Okay, 29.
I think it's in reference. I skipped ahead to see if I could find that reference. So I think that is in reference to number 9.
Okay, may not be internally illuminated.
Well, and it could be number 12 too. Wall signs may not.
Okay, yeah.
Mm.
I guess I don't have a problem with may is in here, the way it's used here,
Yeah.
and anybody else have a preference on
Paul's
another? I think Paul doesn't.
Yeah, the only time that it became a problem, I think, is when it said something about the city may not do that and made it look like the city has an option to do it or not do it, and I didn't like that.
Good answer. That's a good
Okay.
answer.
Next one, I think is number 15, column 2. Second, column 2, but,
Oh, I
yeah.
see, yeah.
Yeah.
and it looks like that's like, read the whole sentence. It's just a long sentence for starters, but all internally illuminated windows. Window signs must be positioned here as a window sign, comma, not more than 10 feet from the floor, comma, with at least, looks appropriate to me.
Yeah, it does me as well.
Kind of odd to say window signs shall be posted as window signs.
Yeah.
Not
As
sure
a
what that
window sign.
means, honestly.
Window sign.
It's weird that it says not more than 10 feet from the floor, but I thought it used to be the wall. I mean, like, we used to say, if you position the windows, like if you're so far back, you're not considered a window sign.
That was, I recall that concept
Yeah.
existing.
Because like the daycare over there at Cogburn and
Oh, wait,
Inward,
yeah.
they put it way back at this huge lit
Mhm.
sign, but we couldn't get them because it
wasn't-
technically
it was-
wasn't a window sign. So let me
Yeah.
see what,
Smart.
Mm.
Yeah.
let me look to see what it was.
Do we want to make a change to the comma thing?
Hmm,
Sentence make sense to everybody?
I mean,
I'll say
I
that
don't-
the opening clause doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I don't know what, must be positioned on the interior as a window sign. You know, a window sign shall be positioned as a window sign. Doesn't really make sense.
What's the intent there?
If that is to say you can't do this setup, a sign intended to be seen but is placed more than 10 feet back.
Right.
This is saying if you have to put it within 10 feet and then it counts as a window sign, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
I'm
the
trying to
intent is.
look for it right now. What
So-
they
The
were-
reference is 10 feet from the floor
Yeah, I know that's.
I know, and I think
wrong.
it's a
Yeah.
misprint,
Should be from
yeah.
the wall.
Front
or-
window.
and
The
not
window.
with at least one sign being not more than 5 feet from the main. I do not understand that entire sentence.
Well, and I also think, look right there where it says, on that same area,
Oh, it says 10 feet from the floor on here.
where that sentence
so-
says, none of the internally illuminated window signs may blink, flash, may fluctuate in any way. That's correct.
If we took the word window out, very fourth word in that sentence, all internally edited window signs. So take out window and just said all internally illuminated signs must be positioned on the interior as a window sign. That work?
That reads more reasonably to me. If we define sign sufficient, I mean, we may have defined sign in such a way that an internally illuminated sign.
I checked the original, it's 10 feet, so I think it isn't the part that we thought it was. Typo.
I just worry, for example, if you looked at it, like we have in here, there's internally illuminated exit signs, so. And,
But you can't see it from the outside, so it's not a sign.
right, well, he was talking about striking the word window, but window means you can see it from the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it was big when we were talking signs. I mean, it was month after month of just talking signs. So the 10 feet from experience, only in a mall situation, you could not have sign. It had to be 10 feet back.
So, but I think, and I do remember that, but I think
Mm-hmm.
in this situation, I double checked with the original. I think it's speaking to, it can't be more than 10 feet, whatever it says. It's not a mistake. It is supposed to be 10 feet, whatever it says. All internally illuminated window signs must be positioned on the interior as a window sign, not more than 10 feet from the floor, with at least one sign being not more than 5 feet from the public entrance commercial.
I don't
So
even-
it's not about the depth, it's about the height.
The height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't.
Well, it
make
doesn't
sense
make-
to me.
No. I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I mean, that's all the same wording that was in there. It's not like it changed, so I guess.
But what if we took out the second, left the first window in, took out the second window? That all internally illuminated window signs must be positioned on the interior as on the interior, not more than 10 feet from the floor.
Mhm.
Take out as a window
It's
sign.
not clear.
What else?
Talking about a window sign.
We've already said window sign once.
Yeah, we're saying it twice. Yeah.
But
But I don't get the next section where it says with at least one sign being not more than 5 feet. I mean, we have two signs.
it all depends. on
There's
size.
talk
You can
above
have
that you
two
can have
signs.
either one or two window signs.
If the establishment has two internally. sign may be
So I
allowed.
think this is this is the open and close sign. We can't describe what
Yeah.
it says.
This is what you get when they say you can't put any, you can't reference words.
Yeah,
So this is basically the open close, and they're saying, we want these open and closed to be within reason, close to the door. That's why it's
Right.
saying so many feet from the door. So it's not, it was really speaking to an open and closed sign.
Mhm.
So it's saying,
Remember that.
with at least one sign being not more than 5 feet from the public entrance. The thought being, well, why would you put an on or, open or close, like away from the door?
Yeah.
That's what that
Well,
came
Oh, I
from.
see.
the other way,
Yep.
it all depend on the size of the window.
Yeah, if it was smaller, then, well, then you'd be closer, so you
like
wouldn't
this
be
big.
more than 5 feet.
It's many.
I've been down this road.
But I think that's okay with the one that Trey had, was just to get rid of
That
as a
second
window
window
sign.
sign.
Yeah, because I think it already
Too many windows.
is clear that it's the window sign.
Yeah.
Okay. We're good?
Good.
Okay. The next one from online is 10 should be 10 spelled out, should be 10 numerate, and I think that's in item 12, 29. I don't know if that's right or not. The length of the sign sign may not exceed 10 TEN times the height of the sign.
Hmm.
So should the 10 be the numbers 10, the
I
number
think
10?
it's up through 9 that
Nine is the
you
number.
spell it out, and then 10
But we
starts
used-
to be the numeral.
We use 10 as in 10 feet. We use the number 10
We
on
used-
everywhere else in here. so.
Yeah,
5 for
Whatever's
5
consistent.
feet.
yeah, and now I'm gonna tell him to do everything
Okay.
consistent, so.
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Where's Clear Story? Did I miss that?
Oh,
Right.
it's in that same,
Is it in that same?
I read it earlier, but it's on 13 on the left column.
Oh, there it is. Yep, I see it.
Okay.
No,
So
we're-
again, that's part of the naming convention. or the
Yeah.
whole,
We're not gonna link every defined term. I mean, that would just be,
okay.
That one you can look up
Um,
in a dictionary.
well, yeah, but I mean, even so, we're not gonna, it'd be like half the words on the paper, so.
They talk about the color reference.
Mhm.
In 925B18, about color standards, is that reference correct?
So that's the
Of the
highlighted.
district apply only to the sign structure, not to the face.
Well, since mine are messed up,
Well, I mean, I
They're
understand what this means.
they're
is that-
referring to,
See the following table.
yeah, on the table.
Yeah, it's for the sign structure. That's
Okay.
fine.
Right.
Permitted sign colors?
Mhm.
That raises a question is the paragraph in 18 says the architectural color standards of the district apply. But then we've got a table that says, here are the colors that are applicable to a sign structure. So are we applying the table or are we applying the district standards?
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's talking about the overlay district.
Mhm.
That's what he's talking about.
I'm reading paragraph 18. It says the architectural color standards of the district apply only to the sign structure, not to the sign face. I agree.
This is-
we're not talking about the sign face, but it says architectural color standards of the district apply to the sign structure. But then we have a table that says the following are the permitted colors for sign structures.
Paul, this was meant agriculture, nothing to do with signs.
What?
This was for, the only time I remember, we never specified the colors of
Sign faces, right?
agricultural or outdoor signs. Outdoor signs, we had to specify those colors.
Right, so in the rural overlay district there, but that's not what this is. This is the State Route 9 overlay in Deerfield form-based code. I agree with you that in the rural, we
Right.
did talk about the signs base, but this is for this, and I'm just saying.
You know, are those outlined somewhere else?
District, not the zip, but of the,
Should be.
It's in the overlay.
State Route 9 overlay
9
district
overlay.
and form-based code signs.
Oh,
I don't know, how do we say that?
Hang on.
Well,
Probably need to be
my basic
updated.
issue is
Full colors.
there's a different, why do we have a table if we're saying the district standards apply? Or why do we say the district standards apply if we want to go by this table?
I think that's what I'm just saying, it's,
Well, the
he's just
district,
referencing these are the colors within the Deerfield form-based code and the Highway 9 overlay district.
But why don't we just link to the overlay code where it probably is, right?
Because that's what this.
Well,
Okay,
but it's
so-
part
so-
of the sign section.
This is
So-
overlays and form-based code. We're in that section now.
But just for
So
signs.
this table
But I would just
is-
link to the whole
is
overlay.
the same as what's required for architectural color standards in form-based codes?
unless
Mhm.
it doesn't address the structure, it only addresses the face.
Where are the architectural color standards of the district?
Not in the sign ordinance. It's gonna
Oh,
be
okay.
in the form-based
That's-
codes.
okay.
so,
Are they the same as this?
No, because this is
Then
only
we're
for sign
saying
structure.
Then these two conflict.
Okay, so what
Right.
should we say?
Get rid of this, get rid of.
Which do you want?
Get rid of the table. If they're
But-
outlined in
No,
the.
no, no, we need the table, but I think the reference to the district.
But it's.
So the architecture, or get rid of architectural color standards apply only to, I
That-
think
That,
that's what
I'd
the
be okay.
problem is.
yes.
So we need to say sign structures or colors for, somehow just say they have to be what's on the table on the next page, the sign structure. And then
Okay.
it would clear everything up.
Yeah, taking out the, of the district.
I think,
Is-
or the color standards
In-
apply only to the sign structure, not to the sign face. See the
Sure.
following table.
Sure.
So get rid of architectural
Of the
and
district.
of the district. So
Sure.
that's color standards apply only to the sign structure, blah,
Sure.
blah, blah. Okay.
Wait.
Confusing.
Mhm.
Just to be clear, all of those colors are in all of the overlay districts and all the form-based code.
We're taking out
Reference to Highway 9 and Deerfield form-based codes.
Okay,
That's,
okay.
Yes,
and it's probably gonna be the same,
in all of them.
well,
Okay.
maybe for crabapple. I don't know.
I'm good.
We're getting skip the
On
crab apple.
9/30/19, alphabetize.
I don't know what they want. 469C, what is that? On the comment.
Yeah, it's on page 30 though.
469C,
That's probably one of the colors.
it is,
Yeah.
it's
It is.
brown.
So it is listed in the table under the browns, beiges, and
Brown.
tans. Should it be included here instead of below?
It's,
I don't know what it's-
I don't
Yep.
understand what they're.
Wow, somebody read that close if they're looking at those.
Okay.
I would agree.
It's like, why?
okay, so also on 30. Some of these have semicolons, some have commas. That's just a formatting thing
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
we'll be
in our
consistent
convention.
with.
Right.
Looks right, 469.
Then we're
see
getting,
what-
should that be 719C?
Yeah.
719C to 720. Oh,
Is it,
oh, I
Oh,
see
it
what
just
she
continues
means,
on.
because
She's-
it's like, okay, well, it's the same number, so
right,
yeah,
why not go
sure, we'll give it
719 to
that.
731, right? Again, alphabetical order. I think you mentioned that, Judy. Should this be referenced in section 925B15 since this addresses internal illumination? Internally illuminated window signs except as allowed in. We look at 19:9. I don't see what,
I don't know.
I don't see a problem with
Is
this.
what, yeah, me either.
Okay.
One. Aye.
For consistency with our,
I'll just.
Yeah, that is, should be a reference to 15 because 15 talks about internally illuminated signs. 14 is talking about non-illuminated signs. So should the reference be? It should be. They're referencing 14, it should be 15 for illumination.
Where are we?
Right here. It's saying internally illuminated, they reference to section 14 above,
Okay, but it should be.
but it should be 15.
okay. Next comment we've got is, looks like theater.
T1AI.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
that. So
yeah,
I'm making
yeah.
a note to be consistent.
Okay. And then last one is, it would be helpful to have a link to the crabapple farm-based code map here.
You do that, then I do it for Deerfield too.
Yeah, I think it would be, I mean, sure, all those maps.
Yeah, I think that was a comment before.
Okay.
Be consistent, I guess.
All right, so now we're looking at 31.
I think this is related to B, which is the third paragraph on that page. Is in Victor.
Ah.
The sign,
Are those V's or are those Roman numerals?
Roman numeral 5.
It's V.
It's B.
Lowercase 5.
Mhm.
That's why I know for my own reference with the. Okay, so it's saying,
That sign may only be supported. Or on both sides.
The sun may only be supported.
Mm,
one time,
Yeah,
one
I-
touch,
Strike
Yeah.
out on-
mm.
Yep.
all
In,
right,
in B, right below that, multi-tenant -8.
okay.
Mhm.
Right here. That one. Delete the only, right there, yeah.
I think the
Right.
next one for cannot versus may not. E Roman numeral 2. Lowercase
D as in dog. what were
dog,
the-
yeah,
Mm.
delta, I. Delta
Yeah.
Q.
AI.
And it's also down under 2C, right below that, for the very last sentence on the page.
I'll stand by the May is okay.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I don't think it needs to change.
All right. 32, hey,
Oh,
halfway
it's in
done.
there. It
Um,
could
I think I wrote
be
the
not.
wrong one. I think or D2 or delta II is where the comma should be.
don't know if that.
Goes under that, under D2, DII was, the comment needed?
Is that, and I'm not super great with how commas are used, but do you put a comma where you go 12 square foot signs? I thought that was kind of the point of putting the text and then a number is so that
Right.
you,
I think the commas in DII need to be deleted.
Right, agreed.
Makes
There's a
sense
bunch
to
of
me.
them.
Yeah, all three of them. So
maybe a
it's,
number, that may be a convention thing that needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
Okay. Commas.
All right, 32. Another comma after sign. What?
This is tough because there's so many sign
Right,
references.
they're saying should the comma be added after the word sign? We're trying to find.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
don't, yeah,
can't
don't
find
know.
it either.
Yeah, we're all kind of,
I don't see it.
Is it in G? A business is allowed one additional shingle blade sign perpendicular to the wall. Single shade, shingle blade sign, comma, perpendicular to the wall,
Hmm.
comma, that does not exceed 4 square feet.
Yeah.
okay,
be
Okay.
it.
sounds good to me.
Yep.
actually, I don't know. It's a perpendicular to the wall. Strike the comma.
Yeah.
Clear
I don't know.
story, no. We're not doing that.
Okay. And then we're getting in, so anything else on 32?
I would just say probably make a note on multi-tenant. I'm finding it all over the place, just
Yeah.
a
Okay.
universal replace. And there's some comments here about clerestory, and it seems, I had to look it up. It's some architectural defined term. It's like very clear if you go into the dictionary what it means, so I don't think we need to define it.
No.
Okay.
All right, on to 33. We've got some more numbers here.
33.
401C to 405C. Guess that's what she's saying, they're saying. On the chart,
Oh, yes.
Yes.
missing
Yeah.
the Cs.
401C. Yeah, and 407. C. Yep, I agree with that.
424 and 448.
Mhm.
Yep, all that.
4515.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we have 423C? Then we have 424C to 425C. Would it be easier if it was 423C to 425C?
Like it?
Yep, like that.
Mhm. Mm,
Okay,
All right.
so you've got all the Cs on there.
Just
Should-
because we're looking, the last one, is it warm gray 8 to 11? Does
Yes.
it not have a letter after it, like above it? 5 to 7C. which-
Okay. Yep. No, I agree with that.
Never looked at paint numbers before when I've reviewed them.
Pantone colors. Okay.
All right, so now 34. Birmingham Crossroads, one of the things that they've commented on, nice to have a link to the Crossroads overlay map. So we could quickly tell where you
Yep, I
were.
can do that.
Okay, then again, some other formatting things, periods at the end of freestanding signs,
Yes.
cannot instead of may
Yeah,
not.
no, the ones do get periods.
Yeah, I think that we said we'd stick with what was in there.
Yeah.
So period on wall signs too at 2, correct?
And other signage on the next page.
Yep. Okay.
So are we on the remove only or are we past that? Remove only since it's not needed here on page 34.
So that's D1, Delta 1, 5 or Victor. The sign may only be supported on either on one side or on both sides. Same thing as before.
Yeah, it sure
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
It sure is. Yep, you're right.
Mm.
Or right here, the sign may only be supported by you. Got it. All right, anything else on 34? All right, 35. We've got a should this be wall or sign, question mark.
Should this be wall or sign? It was wall, I'm not sure what the difference said.
Other sign.
Well, is she talking about, um, well,
I don't know. I can't figure it.
Well, she's talking about E, where the business is allowed one wall sign. The sign may be flush mounted against the wall, but that seems pretty clear to me.
Right? What's the question? Yeah.
The statement is, should this be wall or sign, question mark, or sign? In the crabapple form-based code, it was wall. Not sure what the Deerfield form-based code said.
but that makes me almost think, is it referencing like a title like D, Birmingham Crossroads signs, or number one, you know what I mean? Not in the context of A, B, C, D, but in a title somewhere.
Mhm.
That's what it makes me think.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
This right here where it says, should this be wall or sign? In the Crabapple form-based code, it was wall. Not sure what the Deerfield form-based code said.
Well, it makes
So
no
maybe
sense.
D, Birmingham Crossroads signs, maybe that, I don't know.
Well, it makes no sense.
Mm,
No.
No, I can't figure
And
it.
it is,
Sorry.
is it under, it's under Birmingham? Crossroads?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in Birmingham Crossroads.
I'll just make a note to look at this same type
Yeah, I
section
don't-
in Deerfield to
Okay,
see if
just
I
to
can
be
find
sure.
a correlation
That'd be
to
great.
it.
Talking about there.
Thank you, Tracy.
Mhm.
Okay, so 35, we've got the same thing with capitalizing, same question, numbers. Again, I think that means those should be alphabetized in B, I'm assuming, on the right column, those should be alphabetized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anybody have anything else on that? Okay. So now we're on to 36. Same question about numbering in the form-based code from Crabapple form-based code.
Mm-hmm.
Are these the right
Right.
ones?
Right,
Yeah,
like that.
C's and doing all that stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Should this be sandwich board?
5 Foxtrot.
5 Foxtrot.
Out here.
Oh, yeah.
Sandwich signs, sandwich boards? to be
Sandwich
con- to
board.
be-
Yep. Good job.
Okay, good job.
Okay.
Because they should be used.
I couldn't find that next and thing. I don't know what they're referring to.
Should there be an and
On
here?
37? Should there be an and here? A little vague.
Robin, would it be possible to number the? So as we're
No,
talking-
I know with the next, yeah, as far as where they are.
Just so we can say, yeah, on comment number 26, it says blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah.
So we can reference it on this board.
Yeah, we can do that the next
Okay.
time.
Is it just me, but on 936, 5G? Posters, comma, place cards?
Placards.
Placards, placards,
Placards.
got it.
It is just you, Tracy.
It was me. As soon as I had to read it aloud to go, oh yeah, that was me.
What are we looking for right now?
And
And, yeah,
we're looking for,
do we need an and?
do we need an and somewhere?
On page-
Somewhere?
I'm guessing it's in the list, but I looked at the other lists and there wasn't an
Well, If
and.
we have if the list in D has 19 things, does she want an and between 18 and 19?
Oh, with the Roman numerals mean.
Right.
And then again, I'm assuming we want application requirements. on
Oh, I
those
gotcha.
Multi-tenant,
Yeah.
Oh,
tenant.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And then,
Good, I can try that.
yeah, and there were multiple spacing issues on the lists and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
okay, now 38.
That's D is in Delta,
D is in Delta.
lowercase d.
Yeah, we get rid of it. We have this conversation.
Back on 37, usually our lists were not right justified and these seem to be, so.
But yeah, I think it's just because the way he does the columns and then they separate.
Yeah, but
Okay. Anything else on 38?
excuse me. Never mind.
All right. 39, anybody have any 39?
I get, one of the things too is on 938 DE, so at the top, E at the top of the page, the type of illumination proposed, external, internal, etc. Is there an is
Both?
both? I don't think there's a third alternative to external and internal, is there?
Exactly
Yeah.
on the edge.
You can get rid of et cetera, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just getting punchy over here.
Okay, 39. Do we have anything on 39? All right. 40.
You know, it goes faster when there's pictures.
Yes.
Agreed. Sure does. More pictures, the better.
Pictures.
Tables.
So now 41, the comment is hyphen between pillar and type.
On number 7,
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
Uh,
All right, anything else on 41? 42, lots of big pictures. I like those. Keep them coming. 43, the only comment we've got is, should it be stand or stands?
second column, third sentence, or third line. Row.
Which stands at a height? Any preference by anybody?
That's the way it is.
I think it is
yeah.
too. I think it's right.
Okay,
Yeah, it stands.
mhm.
Temporary standard signs are signs.
okay,
located on
43
private
also can instead of may. I think that's a, if we've addressed those.
There's a couple of them on both columns. There may be, or two in column 1, it says these signs may be,
I think that's a good use of mays.
I like may.
Yep,
Mhm.
agree.
All right, so
There it says that.
44, anybody have comments on 44? 44. What 45, we've got a R instead of is.
Are instead of
Temporary
is.
banners are signs. That should be multiple. Either
Second line
flags.
of 15. Signs are.
Oh, signs is, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, my eyes are
Yeah.
getting blurry.
I know, mine too.
I read that twice and didn't find that is. Trying to
Okay,
stay ahead of it.
anybody else on 45? Right, 46.
46.
The only comment is display instead of display.
Capital instead of lowercase.
Okay. We're good with that.
Wait, where's that?
I don't see where it is.
I don't either.
Oh,
Fourth line, first.
yeah,
column.
fourth line, 16. Any building or structure in which displays only one sign
All
surface.
signs are any signs
Yeah, I don't,
which display.
Interesting, their comment
I think
as a
she's right.
capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird, yeah.
That's about it.
I want to make
I
sure.
think it's
was on
okay the way it
right
is.
picture.
hey,
It's just that.
so I think we're good with it the way, I don't see the capital needed. In fact, do we?
That's good.
Okay,
I like display.
Display is better, I think.
I
Okay,
do
display.
too. I was just gonna say
Lose the
that.
S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to
Yeah.
make Paul
But we don't
happy.
Need the
capitalize.
S.
No.
Comment, the comment seems.
It's
to
not-
refer
I
to
think it's-
capitalizing it.
It's not I think that was a
Not
typo. I
capital.
think,
Typo.
Yeah.
and which display only
Right.
one side
Yeah,
surface.
okay.
So that's
Display.
that's plural versus singular in the fifth line,
Yeah.
fourth line.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. thank you.
Okay. So on to 47. 47, nothing online. Anybody have anything on 47? Okay. 48. Oh. Add or in on page 48 somewhere.
What?
Add or in. Add or in.
No.
Yeah, I got nothing. I don't see it. I don't either. Maybe we can go back on that one and see what, if it's attached to something online. I don't see.
I don't see any.
Okay, well, let us move on. Anything else on 48? 49. 49, we've got a. Should that term be explained?
Okay. We don't know.
Clear story?
Ah, man.
Remove, move and, that's on.
I mean, they don't give any reference to the.
Well, it's because it's the software and we don't have it up.
It's kind of like marking of a PDF
Mine-
and just get a
mine-
list of what they are.
I'm
They're
dead.
dead.
I'm
yeah.
dead.
She's dead.
So, all right, should that term be explained? I don't see a term.
We'll look it
that's-
up. We'll
Okay.
look it up. Well, I mean. probably
It
not.
might be the void ab initio in DB1A.
Yeah.
Which, we're trying to make
Yeah.
on page 49 on B,
One on the right
1A.
side.
Okay.
The permit is void ab initio, and we're trying to make this something that laymen can
Mhm.
understand.
Well, that's straight
Oh,
out of Corey
that's
outdoor
probably it.
But
Very
advertising.
nice. Very
That's
good.
perfectly clear to you, right, Paul?
It absolutely is.
But
I use
not
that
to
term all
everybody
the
else.
time. Literally, that's the reference to, if, I mean, basically it's stating case law. If someone issues a permit in error, the permit was never valid, so you can't vest any right on a invalid
What
permit
is
that
a
was
layman's term? We could.
from the beginning. It was never, well, the permit was never valid.
We would just put. that
So
in the
can we just say the
definitions.
permit is
Yeah,
void
it's
and
void.
or is invalid?
That permit was issued by the city in error.
Yeah, the permit's void.
You can say whatever you want. Legally, it's void ab initio, regardless of whether you say it. So if you just want to say void,
Just say void.
Okay.
We've been educated, but the world
Not
does
everybody's
have to
as
be.
educated as.
And forget it tomorrow.
And then she was referring to something else.
All right, anybody else have anything on 49? All right, 50.
Well, she did want to,
Where'd all the pictures go?
Number 3, line 5.
I don't have any more pictures. No,
I know.
we're out of
We want
pictures.
Yeah.
We want pictures.
I finally, with all these,
You found the and?
So Trey's saying,
I'm wondering
Yep.
if it's number 3, line 5.
Yeah. Agree with you?
terminated until after.
Yeah, until after.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's, yeah.
But we can
Wow,
vote.
really?
Good catch. Good job.
I'm not even paying attention to what y'all are doing.
We noticed.
Yeah.
I'm just going ahead, trying to find.
find them.
Yeah. just
We
looking for the road.
appreciate it.
Search and
Trust me,
destroy
we
guy, y'all
appreciate
can
it.
fix it.
You just
I'll
look-
find it.
Are you at 80 yet?
Yeah.
Just looking for the road bolds. Okay, now on 50
what?
also,
No
they've
permit
got
may be terminated
Couldn't find
until
that
after the
anywhere.
Yep, yep.
is such needed here. Oh my.
It's too vague.
Yeah,
That's gonna be after the previous comment.
Yep.
yeah.
Or both such fine. In 4, 3 lines up from above, there is a or by both such fine and imprisonment, but that seems like that works. Or both by fine and imprisonment, should does such be? Is such, I think that's where she's talking about.
Mhm.
You see where that is?
No,
4 citation. 3 rows up from the bottom where it starts with days.
Oh, yes.
I don't know. I think that's
Yeah,
okay.
legally, it's trying to refer to the fine and imprisonment that was in the previous sentence. It's a little bit of legalese.
Okay,
Yeah.
we good with it?
Yeah.
I'd
Okay.
leave it just since it's a fine, I'd leave it.
Okay. 51. No comments online. Anybody have anything on 51? Okay. 52.
So this is 9.3.1 on applicability,
Okay,
very first sentence.
is the comment needed?
Standards regulate site improvement, comma, and the provision of amenities.
I see. Good eyes.
I didn't consider the may nots, the next 2 comments.
These standards regulate site improvements, comma, and I think it's okay. That's.
yeah.
all.
May not's fine.
Okay,
Right, yeah, right. I just asked, is
I-
it right?
I wonder if the next one, the comma needed here, if that's the same, different commenter, different reviewer, same comma. Couldn't find another comma that was placed on the document.
okay, I mean,
Does that make sense?
Right.
I'm wondering if they're calling out the same unnecessary comma.
Might have been like land use restriction, processing, comma, generation or storage of any. It was the comma after generation. Oh. Obvious.
Yeah, I think it,
I didn't find it.
Mm-mm.
Okay, next
On the
one.
next one with the hyphen, it's ready, 9.3.4.bravo.6. Very bottom.
Oh, yeah. Why is there a?
Don't need an open paren.
I lost you.
Yeah, it's right.
Six.
It's right
Just
here.
B6 at the
This
bottom
over
left of the
here.
Yeah.
page.
There's a.
Oh, yes, yes, yes,
Parentheses.
yes, yes, yes.
Mm.
right? Would this work better with section 12.4? Special consideration will be given for reconstruction on the same footprint where safety permits?
I think they're saying put a period after section 12.4. And then fill the and,
Yeah,
say special consideration.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
that's better.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is better.
Wait, consider it for an administrative
Will be
variance
given.
in accordance with 12. Or and special consideration be. For reconstruction on the same print.
They're basically saying turn that into 2 lines, 2 sentences instead of 1,
Oh, okay, yeah,
which
I get that.
means
That makes it, yeah.
I would say almost special consideration may be given,
Really?
not that will.
Yeah, like that too.
That could be a big one. Okay, we're down to 52. 53. Nothing from online. Anybody have anything? We're good there?
Didn't we just like at the bottom of 53 and C, didn't we just spend a whole heck of a lot of time on rewriting walls or so is that where this will come in? Retaining walls that we just redid
Right, so it's
last week?
gonna get
Okay.
all fixed. It's
Okay.
gonna be amended, yeah.
Well, it's nice to know where it's gonna go.
Yeah, so this whole section is gonna get,
Be
well, I
changed.
mean, there's what you guys looked at. so-
Right.
Okay.
Okay, 54. Should there be a comma after height?
After what?
I think it's 4 feet height.
No single,
Would that be the first
which
paragraph
one?
down about 4 lines where it
On
says
fall
walls?
protection.
Oh. Then walls which measure less than 4 feet in height, comma, are not subject to this requirement? Or not? Is that where I'm looking?
After height,
Yes, right there.
Yep.
Good
Oh,
catch, Bert.
6 foot high at any point.
Okay. And then also on 54.
Where is that? I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying.
The first paragraph about the 4th line down where it says walls which measure less than 4 feet in height, comma, are not subject to this requirement?
Yes,
Yep.
whatever.
I mean, you could argue the
No, I don't
same
think
thing in
so.
number 4,
Oh,
fall
no.
protection.
Retaining
Okay.
walls 4 feet may not be located within 10 feet with the exception that portions of such walls which measure less than 4 feet in height are not subject to this
Yeah.
requirement. I don't think that gets a comma.
Okay,
Uh,
all right. Well, the next one that's on here is any retaining wall greater than, saying the same thing as walls above 6 feet in height require engineering drawings. If
But
so,
we're not gonna mess with this because I think this is stuff that got changed.
okay, all
Yeah,
right.
we just
so
rewrote it.
We can skip through all of,
all of that.
And I can't remember exactly what it was, so.
okay, so those are, that covers all of 54?
does.
I've got a 2 versus spelled out 2 versus a number 2 somewhere on there. Okay, I'm just calling to be sure we're alive.
Yeah.
Still is. So 54 we're done with because that's mostly retaining walls. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the
Mhm.
formatting.
Right.
All right, 55.
Slopes.
Space after the comma in dead needs to be removed. That just sounds like a,
Say space after a comma.
Yeah, I saw that. It's in 2.
Oh, I see it. It's in
So
two.
it's
Yeah,
2
it's just,
landscape maintenance, it's on 55. 2, it says disease, dead, space, or damaged trees.
Oh,
for the,
Yeah.
okay. All right, formatting, there's another formatting issue here. Anything else on 55? You just want to go home.
Everything's
56.
fine.
Been a long day.
Okay, 56. Would it make sense to say provided that the building addition instead of and the building? Put the second line on this. Provided that the building addition.
It says that provided that the building additions instead of and the building.
Oh, there it is.
You're on 55.
It's at the very top.
56.
The
Oh,
building no
56.
industry is required. Accomplish the building addition in excess of 5,000.
Is that, she talking about the second line down there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems okay.
but of in the building.
Yes, so on the second line, provided the building
Okay,
addition instead of and. And it should be
Well-
provided that the building addition.
There's already, this is a list of provided that's continuing on from the previous page.
Right.
Is there an electronic copy of this?
This,
There is, I know, but that, like for the next. Get an electronic copy?
I was thinking, we can send you an electronic copy, yeah.
Oh,
Because I could search for these
right.
fast.
Okay,
and also provided,
That it was-
yeah, no, I can, yeah, we can do that.
it's a run-on sentence is the problem, so it gets better.
Okay,
It would maybe be helpful if it provided that little I wrote.
Even better,
But-
run it through ChatGPT.
I'm okay with it as it is. If somebody wants to clean it up
Okay,
with
I'll
formatting.
address that with Caleb.
Yeah.
I'll put that on our list.
well, if you're good, I'm good.
Yeah.
So
Good.
you know. All right, so page 57,
Right, yeah, you can.
couple things
Either
here,
that or you're,
formatting, consistency. Yep.
look at the Conveo and see exactly
Formatting.
what she's talking about.
Okay, the re-veg-
Oh, okay, that.
If you open
That
up
makes sense.
Conveo, then instead of, so what happens is when comments are made into Conveo, it just gives what her comment, the comment, and then it doesn't say exactly where. So.
How do you get to convey?
You just go to our city website and then just search UDC and there'll be some connections to it, which I guess not 2 hours ago.
So, all right, page 57,
Couple pages.
Well, that's true. So let me, I'll help you. Well,
57, we've got
I-
the formatting,
Yes.
formatting,
Yep.
then 57 on the revegetation plan.
I think it'd be
Could the arborist be included?
Wi-Fi?
Plan required revegetation by the director. We've got approved by the director. Should we have the arborist?
Arborist.
The city
Yes.
arborist look at that also? Probably.
Yes.
That makes a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Tracy, would we remove director or and put our city arborist, or
walls
should we leave
and-
director?
For walls
Slash
and
and
slopes,
or?
definitely.
Well, because in,
I-
well,
Well,
it's
if
in
it's a-
both places, so you got one and two.
The arborist worked for the director?
They do.
Then
By the
Robin, I could have
director
walked over there.
kind of up to the
get that.
director.
And
I thought you were like going to an office somewhere. Milton guest 321.
Plan required revision according to a planting plan approved by the
mean-
directors required for all disturbed areas outside of roadways. I mean,
just talk
typically
about-
the director's gonna have the arborist
Hopefully,
approve it, and then he would support the arborist's approval.
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
So we're saying no
No.
because the arborist works for the director.
that's good
Made
to me.
sense to me.
And the director will always rely on the arborist.
With 5 minutes to go.
So, all right,
I think I'm in.
so leave director. Are we good leaving the director?
I am.
Yep.
Okay,
That's fine.
all right. All right, what else? Mere reference to the minimum size of building pads to would make it easier to understand on 57? Is there a
M1.
reference to the minimum size of the building pads to make this easier to understand?
Is that something that's covered in, let's say, building, like larger building
Same
codes? So
page. Yeah,
is the size of a building pad something that's covered in other building codes? Tracy's nodding yes.
I think there is
What's that?
minimum building size, but like the footprint.
Yeah, I think
The
it's.
building
It's
pads.
like 120 to require a building permit?
No.
No, do
On
other
page,
sections
on page
reference a minimum
57,
building size?
M1, it just says the building pad has to be a minimum size. I'm wondering if that's specified in some other code.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't
where are you
remember building
referencing
pads
that?
being used.
Minimum
Yeah, they got
size
building
to
pads
accommodate
twice,
the
too.
structure.
Right here in M. Must be a minimum size to accommodate.
Is building
Percent.
pads even? I don't recall using building pads.
Foundation.
That be,
Difference
Where
between a
else
building
could it
pad and a
be?
foundation.
It's a foundation or underlying, or the. This is why the DRB does design and construction stuff.
right.
You remember Laura on the discussions
okay.
about building
Good.
pads
So, yeah.
on the DRB?
We probably wouldn't use that terminology. I don't. I mean, foundation. I've never seen, we never reference anything.
And maybe
So-
the real answer is that building pads
Mm.
must be of a size to
On the way
accommodate the
this way.
structure. It
Yeah.
doesn't need to be a
Yeah.
minimum size, just a size,
Yeah.
Yeah,
strike minimum.
I think it's okay the way it is. Formatting corrected, yes. Should maybe, will, or must to be consistent with the other articles.
Are we all the way to 65 or are we back still on 57?
We're still, I'm sorry, on
58.
Oh, 58.
Moved on.
Yep, I'm moving on. I might even tell you next time. That's what I feel like.
We're in the cemeteries now.
Cemeteries.
So pleasant.
What appropriate use for this?
59, yeah.
Okay, 58. Should may or will or must be consistent with other articles.
So here they're saying there may be, and there may be no.
There may be no
There
land
shall be
disturbance.
no.
So what'll happen?
I'm okay with maybe no.
So see.
Sounds reasonable.
Do you have a preference, Paul, and
We could see.
cemeteries A1?
Hey,
There's one.
that seems like that's consistent with what we've said so far.
Shall.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
I
yeah.
mean,
So that's how it, yeah, so that way.
Let's see where else, if it's listed anywhere else. It sounds like it might be.
I'm curious how they say in a parcel. A lot of these things I would say on a parcel.
Yeah, down in E, also shall be.
58.
Where was that, Paul? The on, in,
Just
and-
in A1,
oh,
says in a parcel with a cemetery.
mhm.
And then also in the
So now,
last sentence also.
Trey
no-
has the conveyor open so he can reference exactly
Exactly
the
where it is.
location.
Okay.
Instead of us
Last
like-
seven
Nice to have
pages.
that.
Great, yeah. Oh, we got 3
You can
pages
say
left.
which
Now I'm
line.
lost, though. Where are we? Yeah.
DA, DA.
On 58. And are we on the very first?
58, yeah, we're talking about, there's,
Or
should may be a will or must, and the
So
first
it's
name
alpha.
we found was in A1.
So it's A1.
It's also
It's
down in,
also
it's also
second
down in
sentence.
E.
There may be no land disturbance activity. So first sentence, first line, third line.
Third line, yeah.
But I think we're fine with both maybes.
I'm fine with both of them as may.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. The next comment is an echo to
Bottom.
E.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and then what?
So what do we want to do with that?
Wait, what are we looking at?
The question
And it's the third line.
must be
Should there
brought-
be comma after minimum?
at minimum.
Yes, there should
Yeah,
be.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And is the convention at a minimum?
I will check. I'll put both
At
At a
minimum.
minimum.
at a minimum.
Yeah, I think it should be at a.
okay, all right, anything else on 58? All right, 59,
Go on.
Have anything?
I like 59, nothing, not much there. All right, 60,
The first comment is halfway down the page, for applicability, section A for major additions. It's middle of the first line.
for all land uses, developments, and buildings that require a permit, all outdoor lighting fixtures must meet the requirements of this night sky illumination of this section 9.4. And the question was, would this be better? All outdoor fixtures and developments and buildings that require a permit must meet the requirements.
No, I like the way it is.
Okay,
It's fine, right? You're open.
Have anything on that?
Yeah, I don't.
all right. Anybody else have anything on 60? All right, 61, there was one comment.
Charlie, number 7.
Yep.
Just, should that be
But we went to number 10
convention?
is TEN. For the line.
Okay.
All right, anything else on anything else on 60? 61, again, a 10,
That's the 10.
Mhm.
do we know where that is?
Yeah, we
Yes.
already got
Okay.
it.
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Charlie 7, sorry, I went ahead of you again.
No, no problem.
I was wondering about that.
It's very common.
Yeah.
that
You
you're always
messed me
ahead of me.
up.
Way ahead, guys.
62.
I'm so excited.
But I'm ahead.
No, 62.
Trey's ready. Let's go. Come on.
67 around here. What's going on?
Whatever Trey says, I'll just
Like-
defer to Trey.
Unlike when,
Technology.
unlike when Sumit's here, he's always 4 pages back.
Yes, go back.
So
He is.
so on 61, that was the only thing there. 62,
On 62, the comment is in the upper left-hand corner, just above off-street parking lot.
okay.
Did he just limp? Did he lump light industrial areas into other
Because we
commercial?
don't have,
Or do we not have light industrial?
We don't have light industrial.
Okay.
Hmm.
Anything else on 62? There are no online comments. Anybody have any comments?
We got that.
All right. 63, there were a couple of them.
Look at Bravo 3,
Okay.
far right end sentence.
May not exceed 15-foot candles.
That's fine.
I see.
Fine.
I'd stick with the may
Okay.
not.
No, I
Okay.
agree.
We've kind of said no on the cannot.
And
Yeah.
then again, in number 5, lights may not.
Okay.
That's fine.
Fine.
All right.
And then the next one is security lighting. Period at the end of lighting.
Oh, yes,
Oh.
I got that. Okay.
Well, that needs to go after E, F, G, and H.
All right, there's several of those.
E, F, G, H. All right, we'll check them all.
Then E needs a period. That's the next one.
Yep, got that.
Hmm.
Moving to page 64,
Yep.
same thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, got that. Got this, got that.
The
Okay.
next, yeah, all these are the same.
Yep, I've got those all.
Then they are going to go through all the lists like this and alphabetize them. Is that correct?
Uh,
Like 2, A, B, C through I. A, you know, 1 or not. I mean,
I don't think so in two, just kind of like they're almost in levels of importance.
okay, that. All right, 64. That handle it on 64, streetlights have a period. Got it. Anything else on 64? Believe it or not, the last page, 65.
So this first
Hang
comment
on.
is from Alpha. Where you see the semicolon between application and contents.
Should have a period.
What is the semicolon, is it needed or is that a typo?
Yeah, that looks wrong. Application contents, right?
where was that Trey? I missed that.
Alpha on page
Shouldn't it be just one word
65?
5,
or two words, but no.
application contents. What do we want to do with that?
So generally, if you were in the A's, everything was capitalized.
And with a period.
And then with a period at the end.
I just don't understand this application contents.
don't either.
Should it just be application and leave the word contents off
Or just
I think so.
application contents without the
Not
semicolon,
a
Right,
semicolon.
with a period at the end?
Yeah.
with a period at the end.
I would go along with that. Just take the semicolon out and add a period.
Mhm.
You good with that?
We're
Yeah.
good? If we're
Before
good-
you go forward,
Yeah.
need to go back.
Nope.
64 H, oh, H on page 64. Somehow we got fixtures in there, like
Oh, we missed that comment.
for all street light fixtures, comma, new repaired or replaced fixtures must be cut off. And I think it's cut off style, maybe, just,
Mhm. And should it be like all street light fixtures that are new, repaired, or replaced must be cut off?
almost
style?
like all, just take out street light fixtures and then, so all new, repaired, or replaced street light fixtures must be cut off style.
Yes.
Oh, so say that again, all.
So all strike street light fixtures. So all new, repaired, blah, 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 or replaced, and then street light
Streetlight fixtures.
fixtures must be kind of like cut off style. Because cutoff sounds like you need to turn off the lights. Is that,
Cutoff
is-
style.
Yeah, that's only
Is
one
it's a
or-
style of fixture,
Must be
right?
cut off style.
Too late for everything else.
And then on 65, B, submission should be capitalized. And then the periods after all the A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, I've got that. What did you first say though, Judy?
Under, on page 65, item B, submission should be capitalized.
Mhm.
Oh, yes, yeah, okay.
There's a comment here that says, the third comment on 65 says, should department be capital department? And where is that?
I don't know.
Is it?
Or look at the second comment for 65. It should be there, and should there be an of between part and or? That is right below, it's in section A, application contents, right under the highlighted section where it says section, let me just tell you, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th line down, beginning with all or part of which may be part or
Right.
in addition.
Oh, part of.
Part of or in addition to, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Should there be a comma somewhere?
But we're saying a comma there, all or part of which may be,
Part of or in addition.
maybe
to.
a part,
Maybe part of or in addition.
Part of or in
of,
addition to.
or, oh, I got you, or in addition to,
Wait.
part right here, or, yeah, of, or in addition to. Yeah.
Could it be part of, comma, or in addition to, comma?
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect. All right, the next comment is under B, first sentence in B at the far right side is enable the department to, and they're suggesting that be capital D for department.
That's the same, whether things should be like director or department, whether it should be capitalized, it should be the same convention.
Same convention, so we'll put use same convention.
So for,
And the next comment is sentence number 2 under B. It's at the far right side. It begins with if such.
I like the rewording because the original is kind of clumsy.
Mhm.
if such, what about it?
Well, Judy was just saying that the proposed rewording, if such plans, comma, descriptions, comma, and data, whatever was recommended there in the comments is
Okay.
what should replace the text. Page 66 has like 10 comments on it.
We'll bring those up next time.
I'll leave those to y'all.
We'll meet you in the parking lot first. All right.
The end is in sight.
Yes, we're getting there. We
No.
passed the vast majority. There are what, 3 sections left? One's gonna be a beast, right? The
Yeah, well, the
definition.
definitions hopefully won't be.
Well, I'd be willing to entertain a motion. if anybody
Move
might
to
take-
adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
We're still-
Aye. Aye, 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 aye.
Aye, 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 aye.